Hello everyone, and happy Tuesday! Hello everyone, my name is Kiyomi Okada, the cutest Vtuber around. Just kidding, or am I? Hi, I'm very nervous for this stream. Hello everyone, let's see who we have in pre-chat. Hello, Gaff Weibo. Hello to Movie. Hello to Dan, Gonzo, and Mr. Shoujo. And hello to everyone on Purple Site as well. Hi, hello, how are you? Okay. So, I don't know if this is gonna go well or if it's gonna go cringe and whatever. It's an attempt. So if it doesn't, this might be the only time we end up ever doing this. We'll see, right? Alrighty, we'll spend a little bit of time chit-chatting, seeing how all of you are doing so far this week. And then, thank you. You bleed purple, but it's grape jelly. That's so funny. Alright, so while I'm reading the story, I will not be reacting to chat. I will take intermissions so that I will engage with chat, but it would be too weird to try to read the story and then, like, engage. If people do redeems for hydrate or coffee on Purple Site, I will do them, but I will probably not say the thank you out loud until the intermission, but I will do my best to take them. Hopefully my mic volume is okay, and Hopefully I've gotten my setup a little more perfected. Ah, you saw the trailer for Masters of the Universe today. When you went to the Mario movie. Gotcha, gotcha. He-Man. Ooh, yeah, He-Man. Awesome. Hi, hi, hi. Alrighty. Go with the flow. If it works, great. If it does not, we try something else. If it does work, then I'm not sure if I'm going to do this once a month or twice a month. We will see. If you have suggestions for stories that are in the public domain that you want me to read, I might make a Google Doc or something people can fill out if they want to. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. You're sure it goes well? Alright, well, we'll see if I don't, overheat from nervous. Whee! A friend of yours did fanfiction. Ah, yeah, fanfics are something. You're listening to the dulcet tones of Kiyomi Okada. Her voice fits snugly inside of your ears. Earlier in the YouTube post, the bread site post, Kawaori said something that I'm gonna say before the story time. So yeah, that is from Kawaori. When I do say it, we will see. They did a My Hero Academia fanfiction because, you know what? That is fair enough. That is fair enough. I tried reading through some of this. I'm gonna apologize. I might stumble on some of the words. I'm gonna do my best. But some of them I am a little unsure about the pronunciation. So we're just gonna try for the best. Hopefully you can hear the sound that I picked. I don't have a great background. I tried to look for a better background today, but this is what I got between work and everything, so. Alrighty. Thank you. Alright. I'll take a drink of water and get on ready. And thank you for the coffee, Redeem. I'm not gonna say thank you the rest of the time. No, fantastic. I want one, but I'm trash at doing background art. I'm just that kind of stuff is I've never enjoyed it and I've never been good at it. And I looked into commissioning one and ooh, pricey. So perhaps someday in the future, because I didn't want AI ones, and most of the ones on Etsy are freaking AI, and we're not doing it. Alrighty. Yeah, I don't blame you. Alright, hopefully the microphone's at a good spot. And if my model is looking where she needs to look. Alrighty. Alrighty, Dazzlings, it's time to get tucked in and wish those monsters in the closet good night. It's time for bedtime stories with Kyo. So, today we are reading at least part of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes by Arthur Conan Doyle. And we're starting with A Scandal in Bohemia. To Sherlock Holmes, she is always the woman. I have seldom heard him mention her under any other name. In his eyes she eclipses and predominates the whole of her sex. It was not that he felt any emotion akin to love for Irene Adler. All emotions, and that one particularly, were abhorrent to his cold, precise, but admirably balanced mind. He was, I take it, the most perfect reasoning and observing machine that the world has seen. But as a lover, he would have placed himself in a false position. He never spoke of the softer passions, save with a jibe and a sneer. They were admirable things for the observer, excellent for drawing the veil from men's motives and actions. But for the trained reasoner to admit such intrusions into his own delicate and finely adjusted temperament was to introduce a distracting factor which might throw a doubt upon his mental results. Grit in a sensitive instrument, or a crack in one of his own high-powered lenses, would not be more disturbing than a strong emotion in a nature such as his. And yet there was but one woman to him, and that woman was the late Irene Adler, of dubious and questionable memory. I had seen little of Holmes lately. My marriage had drifted us away from each other. My own complete happiness and the home-centered interests which rise up around the man who first finds himself master of his own establishment were sufficient to absorb all my attention, while Holmes, who loathed every form of society with his whole bohemian soul, remained in our lodgings in Baker Street, buried among his old books and alternating from week to week between cocaine and ambition, the drowsiness of the drug, and the fierce energy of his own keen nature. He was still, as ever, deeply attracted by the study of crime, and occupied his immense faculties and extraordinary powers of observation in following out those clues and clearing up those mysteries which had been abandoned as hopeless by the local police. From time to time, I heard some vague account of his doings. His summons to Odessa in the case of the Trepoff murder, of his clearing up of the singular tragedy of the Atkinson's brother at Trincomalee, and finally of the mission which he had accomplished so delicately and successfully for the reigning family of Holland. Beyond these signs of his activity, however, I merely shared with all of the readers of the daily press. I knew little of my former friend and companion. One night, it was the 12th of March in 1888, I was returning from a journey to a patient, for I had now returned to civil practice, when my way led me through Baker Street. As I passed the well-remembered door, which must always be associated in my mind with my wooing and with the dark incidents of the study in scarlet, I was seized with a keen sense of desire to see Holmes again, and to know how he was employing his extraordinary powers. His rooms were brilliantly lit, and even as I looked up, I saw his tall, spare figure pass twice in the dark silhouette against the blind. He was pacing the room swiftly, eagerly, and his head sunk upon his chest and his hands clasped behind him. To me, who knew his every mood and habit, his attitude and manner told their own story. He was at work again. He had risen out of his drug-created dreams and was hot upon the scent of some new problem. I rang the bell and was shown up to the chamber which had formerly been part of my own. In part my own, sorry. His manner was not effusive. It seldom was. But he was glad, I think, to see me. With hardly a word spoken, but with a kindly eye, he waved me to an armchair, threw across his case of cigars, and indicated a spirit case and a gasoline in the corner. Then he stood before the fire and looked me over in his singular introspective fashion. "Wedlock suits you," he remarked. "I think, Watson, that you have put on 7.5 pounds since I saw you." "7," I answered. "Indeed, I should have thought a little more. Just a trifle more, I fancy, Watson." And in practice again, I observed You did not tell me that you intended to go into harness. Then, how do you know? I see it. I deduce it. How do I know you've been getting yourself very wet lately, and that you have met a clumsy and careless servant girl? My dear Holmes, said I, this is too much. You would certainly have been burned had you lived a few centuries ago. It is true that I had a country walk on Thursday and came home to a dreadful mess. But as I have changed my clothes, I can't imagine how you deduce it. As to Mary Jane, she is incorrigible, and my wife has given her notice. But there, again, I fail to see how you work it out. He chuckled to himself and rubbed his long, nervous hands together. It is simplicity itself, said he. My eyes tell me that on the inside of your left shoe, just where the firelight strikes it, the leather is scored by 6 almost parallel cuts. Obviously, they have been caused by someone who has carelessly scraped around the edge of the sole in order to remove crusted mud from it. Hence, you see, my double deduction, that you had been out in vile weather, and that you had a particularly malignant boot-splitting specimen of the London slavery. As to your practice, if a gentleman walks into my room smelling of iodoform, with a black mark of nitrate of silver upon his right forefinger, and a bulge in the right side of his top hat to show where he has secreted his stethoscope, I must be dull, indeed, if I do not pronounce him to be an active member of the medical profession. I could not help but laugh at the ease at which he explained his process of deduction. When I hear you give your reasons, I remarked, the thing always appears to me to be so ridiculously simple that I could easily do it myself, though at each successive instance of your reasoning I am baffled until you explain your process, and yet I believe that my eyes are as good as yours. Quite so, he answered, lighting a cigarette and throwing himself down into an armchair. You see, but you do not observe. The distinction is clear. For example, you have frequently seen the steps which lead up from the hall to this room. Frequently. How often? Well, some hundreds of times. Then how many are there? How many? I don't know. Quite so. You have not observed, and yet you have seen. That is just my point. Now, I know that there are 17 steps, because I have both seen and observed. By the way, since you are interested in these little problems, and since you are good enough to chronicle 1 or 2 of my trifling experiences, you may be interested in this. He threw over a sheet of thick, pink-tinted notepaper which had been lying open upon the table. It came by the last post, said he. Read it aloud. The note was undated, and without either signature or address. There will be a call upon you tonight, at 7:45, it said. A gentleman who desires to consult you upon a matter of the very deepest moment. Your recent services to one of the royal houses of Europe have shown that you are one who may safely be trusted with matters which are of importance which can hardly be exaggerated. This account of you we have from all quarters received. Be in your chambers, then, at that hour, and do not take it amiss if your visitor wears a mask. This is indeed a mystery, I remarked. What do you imagine that it means? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Insensibly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories, instead of theories to suit facts. But the note itself, what do you deduce from it? I carefully examined the writing, and the paper upon which it was written. The man who wrote it is presumably well-to-do, I remarked, endeavoring to imitate my companion's process. Such paper could not be bought under half a crown a packet. It is peculiarly strong and stiff. Peculiar. That is the very word, said Holmes. It is not an English paper at all. Hold it up to the light. I did so, and saw a large E with a small g, a P, and a large G with a small t woven into the texture of the paper. What do you make of that? Asked Holmes. The name of the maker, no doubt, or his monogram, rather. Not at all. The G with the small t stands for Gesellschaft, which is the German for company. It is customarily contraction like our co. P, of course, stands for Papier. And now the EG, let us glance at our continental gazetteer. He took down a heavy brown volume from his shelves. Iglonitz. Here we are. Egria. It is in a German-speaking country, in Bohemia, not far from Carlsbad. Remarkable as being the scene of the death of Wallenstein, and for its numerous glass factories and paper mills. Ha ha, my boy, what do you make of that? His eyes sparkled, and he sent up a great blue triumphant cloud from his cigarettes. The paper was made in Bohemia, I said. Precisely. And the man who wrote the note is a German. Do you note the peculiar construction of the sentence? This account of which you have from all quarters received. A Frenchman or a Russian could not have written that. It is the German who is so uncourteous to his verbs. It only remains, therefore, to discover what is wanted by this German who writes upon Bohemian paper and prefers wearing a mask to showing his face. And here he comes, if I am not mistaken, to resolve all our doubts. As he spoke, there was a sharp sound of horses' hoofs and grating wheels against the curb, followed by a sharp pull of the bell. Holmes whistled. A pair, by the sound, said he. Yes, he continued, glancing out the window. A nice little brougham and a pair of beauties, 150 guineas apiece. There's money in this case, Watson, if there is nothing else. I think I had better go, Holmes. Not a bit, Doctor. Stay where you are. I am lost without my Boswell, and this promises to be interesting. It would be a pity to miss it. But your client? Never mind him. I may want your help, and so may he. Here he comes. Sit down in that armchair, Doctor, and give us your best attention. With a slow and heavy step, which had been heard upon the stairs and in the passage, paused immediately outside the door, there was a loud and authoritative tap. Come in, said Holmes. A man entered who could hardly have been less than 6 feet 6 inches in height, with the chest and limbs of Hercules. His dress was rich with a richness of the which would, in England, be looked upon as akin to bad taste. Heavy bands of astrakhan were slashed across the sleeves and front of his double-breasted coat, while the deep blue cloak, which was thrown over his shoulders, was lined with flame-colored silk and secured at the neck with a brooch which consisted of a single flaming beryl. Boots which extended halfway up his calf, and which were trimmed at the tops, which with rich brown fur, completed the impression of a barbaric opulence which was suggested by his whole appearance. He carried a brom-brimmed hat in his hand, while he wore across the upper part of his face, extended down past his cheekbones, a black visored mask, which he had apparently adjusted that very moment, for his hand was still raised to it as he entered. Right as imposing as absolutely possible. Sorry. From the lower part of the face, he appeared to be a man of strong character, with a thick hanging lip, a long straight chin suggested of resolution pushed to the length of obstinacy. You had my note?" he asked with a deep, harsh voice, and a strong, marked German accent. "I told you that I would call." He looked from one of us to the other, as if uncertain which to address. "Pray, take a seat," said Holmes. "This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson, who is occasionally good enough to help me in my cases. Whom have I the honor to address?" "You may address me as the Count von Kram, a Bohemian nobleman. I understand that this gentleman, your friend, is a man of honor and discretion, whom I may trust with a matter of most extreme importance. If not, I should much prefer to communicate with you alone." I rose to go, but Holmes caught me by the wrist and pushed me back into my chair. "It is both, or none," said he. "You may say before this gentleman anything you wish to say to me." The Count shrugged his broad shoulders. "Then I must begin," said he, "by binding you both to absolute secrecy for 2 years. At the end of that time, the matter will be of no importance. At present, it is not too much to say that it is of such weight it may have influence upon European history." "I promise," said Holmes. "And I." "You will excuse the mask," continued our strange visitor. "The august person who employs me wishes his agent be unknown to you, and I may confess that the title by which I have just called myself is not exactly my own." "I was aware of it," said Holmes dryly. "The circumstances are of great delicacy, and every precaution has been taken to quench what might grow to be an immense scandal, and seriously compromise one of the reigning families of Europe. To speak plainly, the matter implicates the great House of Ormstein, hereditary kings to Bohemia." "I was also aware of that," murmured Holmes, settling himself down in his armchair and closing his eyes. Our visitor glanced with some apparent surprise at the languid, lounging figure of the man who had been, no doubt, depicted to him as the most incisive reasoner and most energetic agent in Europe. Holmes slowly reopened his eyes and looked impatiently at his gigantic client. "If your Majesty would consent to state your case," he remarked, "I should be better able to advise you." The man sprang from his chair and paced up and down the room in uncontrollable agitation. Then, with a gesture of desperation, he tore the mask from his face and hurled it upon the ground. "You are right," he cried. "I am the king. Why should I attempt to conceal it?" "Why, indeed," murmured Holmes. "Your Majesty had not spoken before I was aware that I was addressing Wilhelm Gostreich Sigismund von Ormstein, Grand Duke of Castle Felstein, and hereditary King of Bohemia." "But you can understand," said our strange visitor, sitting down once more and passing his hand over his high white forehead. "You can understand that I am not accustomed to doing such business in my own person. Yet the matter was so delicate that I could not confide it to an agent without putting myself in his power. I have come incognito from Prague for the purpose of consulting you." "Then, pray consult," said Holmes, shutting his eyes once more. "The facts are briefly these. Some 5 years ago, during a lengthy visit to Warsaw, I made the acquaintance of a well-known adventuress, Irene Adler. The name is no doubt familiar to you." "Kindly look her up in my index, Doctor," murmured Holmes without opening his eyes. For many years he had adopted a system of docketing all paragraphs concerning men and things, so it was difficult to name a subject or a person on which he could not at once furnish information. In this case, I found her biography sandwiched in between that of a Hebrew rabbi and that of a staff commander who had written a monograph upon the deep sea fishes. "Let me see," said Holmes. "Born in New Jersey in the year 1858. Contralto. La Scala. Prima donna Imperial Opera of Warsaw. Yes. Retired from operatic stage. Ha! Living in London. Quite so. Your Majesty, as I understand, became entangled with this young person, wrote her some compromising letters, and now is desirous of getting those letters back." "Precisely so. But how?" "Was there a secret marriage?" "None." "No legal papers or certificates?" "None." "Then I fail to follow, Your Majesty. If this young person should produce her letters for blackmailing or other purposes, how will she prove their authenticity?" "There is the writing. Pooh, forgery." "My private notepaper?" "Stolen." "My own seal?" "Imitated." "My photograph?" "Bought." "We are both in the photograph." "Oh dear, that is very bad. Your Majesty has indeed committed an indiscretion." "I was mad, insane." "You have compromised yourself. Seriously." "I was only Crown Prince then. I was young. I am but 30 now. It must be recovered. We have tried and failed." "Your Majesty must pay. It must be bought." "She will not sell." "Stolen then." 5 attempts have been made. Twice burglars in my pay ransacked her house. Once we diverted her luggage when she traveled. Twice she has been waylaid. There has been no result. "No sign of it?" "Absolutely none." Holmes laughed. "It is quite a pretty little problem," said he. "But a very serious one to me," returned the king reproachfully. "Very indeed. And what does she propose to do with the photograph?" "To ruin me." "But how?" "I am about to be married." "So I have heard." "To Clotilde Lothman von Saxe-Meiningen, the second daughter of the King of Scandinavia. You may know the strict principles of her family. She is herself a very soul of delicacy. A shadow of a doubt as to my conduct would bring this matter to an end." "And Irene Adler?" "She threatens to send them the photograph, and she will do it. I know she will do it. You do not know her, but she has a soul of steel. She has the face of the most beautiful of women, and the mind of the most resolute of men. Rather than I should marry another woman, there are no lengths to which she would not go. None." "Are you sure she has not sent it yet?" "I am sure." "And why?" "Because she had said that she would send it on the day when the betrothal was publicly proclaimed. That will be next Monday." "Oh, then we have 3 days yet," said Holmes with a yawn. "That is very fortunate, as I have 1 or 2 matters of importance to look into just at present. Your Majesty will, of course, stay in London for the present?" "Yeah." "Certainly. You will find me at the Longham under the name of Count von Krom. Then I shall drop you a line and let you know how we progress. Pray, do so. I shall be all anxiety. Then, as to the money, you have carte blanche." "Absolutely." "I tell you that I would give one of the providences of my kingdom to have that photograph." "And for present expenses?" The king took a heavy chamois leather bag from under his cloak and laid it on the table. "There are 300 pounds in gold and 700 in notes," said he. Holmes scribbled a receipt upon the sheet of his notebook and handed it to him. "And then mademoiselle's address?" he asked. "Is Briony Lodge, Serpentine Avenue, St. John's Wood." Holmes took note of it. "One other question," said he. "Was the photograph a cabinet?" "It was." "Then good night, Your Majesty. I trust that we shall soon have some good news for you. And good night, Watson," he added, as the wheels of the Royal Brougham rolled down the street. "If you will be good enough to call tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, I should like to chat this little matter over with you." At 3 o'clock precisely, I was at Baker Street, but Holmes had not yet returned. The landlady informed me he had left the house shortly after 8 o'clock in the morning. I sat down beside the fire, however, with the intention of awaiting him, however long he might be. I was already deeply interested in his inquiry, for though it was surrounded by none of the grim and strange features which were associated with the 2 crimes which I had already recorded, still the nature of the case and the exalted station of his client gave it a character of his own. Indeed, apart from the nature of the investigation which my friend had on hand, there was something in his mastery grasp of a situation and his keen, incisive reasoning which made it a pleasure to me to study his system of work, and to follow the quick, subtle methods by which he disentangled the most extricable mysteries. So accustomed was I to his invariable success that the very possibility of his failing had ceased to enter my head. It was close upon 4 before the door opened, and a drunken-looking groom, ill-kempt and side-whiskered, with an inflamed face and disreputable clothes, walked into the room. Accustomed as I was to my friend's amazing powers in the use of disguises, I had to look 3 times before I was certain it was indeed he. With a nod he vanished into the bedroom, whence he emerged in 5 minutes, tweed-suited and respectable, as of old. Putting his hands into his pocket, he stretched out his legs in front of the fire and laughed heartily for some minutes. "Well, really," he cried, and then choked and laughed again until he was obligated to lie back, limp and helpless, in the chair. "What is it?" "It's quite too funny. I am sure you could never guess how I employed my morning, or what I ended by doing." "I can't imagine. I suppose you could have been watching the habits, and perhaps the house, of Miss Irene Adler." "Quite so, but the sequel was rather unusual. I will tell you, however, I left the house a little after 8 o'clock this morning in the character of a groom out of work. There's a wonderful sympathy and freemasonry among horsey men. Be one of them, and you will know all there is to know. I soon found Briony Lodge. It is a bijou villa with a garden at the back, and built out in front right up to the road, 2 stories, Chubb lock to the door, large sitting room to the right side, well furnished with long windows almost to the floor, and those preposterous English window fasteners which a child could open. Behind there was nothing remarkable, save that passage window could be reached from the top of the coach-house. I walked around it and examined it closely from every point of view, but without noting anything else of interest. I then lounged down the street and found, as I expected, that there was a mews in a lane which runs down by one of the walls of the garden. I lent the ostlers a hand in rubbing down their horses, and received in exchange 2 pence, a glass of half and half, 2 fills of a shag tobacco, and as much information as I could desire about Miss Adler, to say nothing of half a dozen other people in the neighborhood in whom I was not in the least bit interested, but whose biographies I was compelled to listen to. And what of Irene Adler? I asked. Oh, she has turned all the men's heads down in that part. She is the daintiest thing under a bonnet on this planet, so say the Serpentine Muse to a man. She lives quietly, sings at concert, drives out at 5 every day, and returns at 7 sharp for dinner. Seldom goes out at other times, except when she sings. Has only one male visitor, but a good deal of him. He is dark, handsome, and dashing. Never calls less than once a day, and often twice. He is a Mr. Godfrey Norton of the Inner Temple, sees the advantage of a cabman as a confidant. They have driven him home a dozen times from the Serpentine Mews, and knew all about him. When I had listened to all they had to tell, I began to walk up and down near Briony Lodge once more, and to think over my plan of campaign. This Godfrey Norton was evidently an important factor in the matter. He was a lawyer. That sounded ominous. What was the relation between them, and what the object of his repeated visits? Was she his client, his friend, or his mistress? If the former, she had probably transferred the photograph to his keeping. If the latter, it was less likely. On the issue of this question depended whether I should continue my work at Briony Lodge or turn my attention to the gentleman's chamber in the temple. It was a delicate point, and it widened the field of my inquiry. I fear that I bore you with these details, but I have to let you see my little difficulties if you are to understand my situation. I am following you closely, I answered. I was still balancing the matter in my mind when a hansom cab drove up to Briony Lane, and a gentleman sprang out. He was a remarkably handsome man, dark, aquiline, and mustached, evidently the man of whom I had heard. He appeared to be in a great hurry, shouted to the cabman to wait, and brushed past the maid who opened the door with an air of a man who was thoroughly at home. He was in the house about half an hour, and I could catch glimpses of him in the windows of the sitting room, pacing up and down, talking excitedly, and waving his arms. Of her I could see nothing. Presently he emerged, looking even more flurried than before. As he stepped up to the cab, he pulled a gold watch from his pocket and looked at it earnestly. "Drive like the devil!" he shouted. "First to the Gross and Hinkies at Regent Street, and then to the Church of St. Monica in the Edgware Road. Half a guinea if you do it in 20 minutes. Away they went, and I was just wondering whether or not I should do well to follow them when up the lane came a neat little landau, the coachman with his coat only half buttoned and his tie under his ear, while all the tags of his harness were sticking out from the buckles. It hadn't pulled up before she shot out the hall door and into it. I only caught a glimpse of her at the moment, but she was a lovely woman, with the face that a man might die for. "The Church of St. Monica, John," she cried, "and half a sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes. This was quite too good to lose, Watson. I was just balancing whether I should run for it, or whether I should perch upon her landau when a cab came through the street. The driver looked twice as much of a shabby fare, but I jumped in before he could object. 'The Church of St. Monica,' said I, 'and half a sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes. It was 25 minutes to 12, and of course it was clear enough. What was in the wind? My cabby drove fast. I don't think I ever drove faster, but the others were there before us. The cab and the landau, with their steaming horses, were in front of the door when I arrived. I paid the man and hurried into the church. There was not a soul there save the two whom I had followed, and a surpliced clergyman, who seemed to be expostulating with them. They were all three standing in a knot in front of the altar, and lounged up the side of the aisle like any other idol who has dropped into a church. Suddenly, to my surprise, the three at the altar faced round to me, and Godfrey Norton came running as hard as he could towards me. "Thank God," he cried. "You'll do. Come, come." "What then?" I asked. "Come, man, come. Only 3 minutes, or it won't be legal." I was half dragged up to the altar, and before I knew where I was, I found myself mumbling responses which were whispered in my ear, and vouching for things of which I knew nothing, and generally assisting in the secure tying up of Irene Adler, spinster, to Godfrey Norton, bachelor. It was all done in an instant, and there was the gentleman thanking me on one side and the lady on the other, while the clergyman beamed on me in front. It was the most preposterous position in which I have ever found myself in my life, and it was the thought of it that started me laughing just now. It seems that there had been some informality about their license, that the clergyman absolutely refused to marry them without a witness of some sort, and that my lucky appearance saved the bridegroom from having to sally out into the streets in search of a best man. The bride gave me a sovereign, and I mean to wear it on my watch chain in memory of the occasion. "This is a very unexpected turn of affairs," said I. "And what then?" Well, I found my plans very seriously menaced. It looked as if the pair might make an immediate departure, and so necessitate very prompt and energetic measures on my part. At the church door, however, they separated, he driving back to the temple, and she to her own house. "I shall drive out in the park at 5, as usual," she said as she left him. I heard no more. They drove away in different directions, and I went off to make my own arrangements. "Which are?" "Some cold beef and a glass of beer," he answered, ringing the bell. "I have been too busy to think of food, and I am likely to be busier still this evening. By the way, Doctor, I shall want your cooperation." "I shall be delighted." "You don't mind breaking the law?" "Not in the slightest." "Nor running a chance of arrest?" "Not in a good cause." "Oh, the cause is excellent. Then I am your man. I was sure I might rely on you. But what is it you wish?" "When Mrs. Turner has brought in the tray, I will make it clear to you. Now," he said as he turned hungrily on the simple fare that our landlady had provided, "I must discuss it while I eat, for I have not much time. It is nearly 5 now. In 2 hours we must be on the scene of action. Miss Irene, or Madame, rather, returns from her drive at 7. We must be at Briony Lodge to meet her. And what then?" "You must leave that to me. I have already arranged what is to occur. There is only one point on which I must insist. You must not interfere, come what may. You understand?" "Am I to be neutral?" "To do nothing whatever. There will probably be some small unpleasantness. Do not join in it. It will end in my being conveyed into the house. 4 or 5 minutes afterwards, the sitting-room window will open. You are to station yourself close to that open window. Yes. You are to watch me, for I will be visible to you. Yes. And I will raise my hand, so you will throw into the room what I give you to throw, and will, at the same time, raise the cry of fire. You quite follow me?" "Entirely." "It is nothing very formidable," he said, taking a long cigar-shaped roll from his pocket. "It is an ordinary plumber's smoke rocket, fitted with a cap at either end to make it self-lighting. Your task is confined to that. When you raise your cry of fire, it will be taken up by quite a number of people. You may then walk to the end of the street, and I will rejoin you in 10 minutes. I hope I have made myself clear? I am to remain neutral, to get near the window, to watch you, and at the signal throw in this object, then to raise the cry of fire and wait for you at the corner of the street. Precisely. Then you may entirely rely upon me." "That is excellent. I think perhaps it is almost time that I prepare for the new role I have to play. He disappeared into his bedroom and returned in a few minutes in the character of an amiable and simple-minded nonconformist clergyman. His broad black hat, his baggy trousers, his white tie, his sympathetic smile, and general look of peering and benevolent curiosity were such as Mr. John Hare alone could have equaled. It was not merely that Holmes changed his costume. His expression, his manner, his very soul seemed to vary with every fresh part that he assumed. The stage lost a fine actor, even as science lost an acute reasoner when he became a specialist in crime. It was 6:15 when we left Baker Street, and it still wanted 10 minutes to the hour when we found ourselves upon Serpentine Avenue. It was already dusk, and the lamps were just being lighted as we paced up and down in front of Briony Lodge, waiting for the coming of its occupant. The house was just such as I had pictured from Sherlock Holmes' succinct description, but the locality appeared to be less private than I expected. On the contrary, for a small street in a quiet neighborhood, it was remarkably animated. There was a group of shabbily dressed men smoking and laughing in a corner. A scissors grinder with his wheel, 2 guardsmen were flirting with the nurse girl, and several well-dressed young men who were lounging up and down with cigars in their mouths. "You see," remarked Holmes as we paced to and fro in front of the house, "this marriage rather simplifies matters. The photographs becomes a double-edged weapon now. The chances are that she would be averse to being seen by Mr. Godfrey Newton. Adverse to its being seen by Mr. Godfrey Newton, as our client is to it becoming to the eyes of his princess. Now, the question is, where are we to find the photograph? Where, indeed? It is most likely that she carries it about with her. It is cabinet-sized, too large for easy concealment about a woman's dress. She knows that the king is capable of having her waylaid and searched. 2 attempts of the sort have already been made. We may take it, then, that she does not carry it about with her. Where, then? Her banker or her lawyer. There is that double possibility. But I am inclined to think neither. Women are naturally secretive, and they like to do their own secreting. Why should she hand it over to anyone else? She could trust her own guardianship, but she could not tell what indirect or potential influence might be brought to bear upon a businessman. Besides, remember that she had resolved to use it within a few days. It must be where she can lay her hands upon it. It must be in her own house. But it has twice now been burgled. Pshaw! They do not know how to look. But how will you look? I will not look. What then? I will get her to show me. But she will refuse. She will not be able to. But I hear the rumble of wheels. It is her carriage. Now, carry out my orders to the letter." As he spoke, the gleam of the sidelights of the carriage came around the curve of the avenue. It was a smart little landau, which rattled up to the door of Briony Lodge. As it pulled up, one of the loafing men at the corner dashed forward to open the door in hopes of earning a copper, but was elbowed away by another loafer, who had rushed up with the same intention. A fierce quarrel broke out, which was increased by the 2 guardsmen, who took sides with one of the loungers, and by the scissor grinder, who was equally hot upon the other side. A blow was struck, and in an instant the lady, who had stepped from her carriage, was the center of a little knot of flushed and struggling men, who struck savagely at each other with their fists and sticks. Holmes dashed into the crowd to protect the lady, but just as he reached her, he gave a cry and dropped to the ground, with the blood running freely down his face. At his fall, the guardsmen took to their heels in one direction, and the loungers the other, while a number of better-dressed people, who had watched the scuffle without taking part in it, crowded in to help the lady and to attend to the injured man. Irene Adler, as I will still call her, had hurried up the steps, but she stood at the top with her superb figure outlined against the light of the hall, looking back into the street. "Is the poor gentleman hurt?" she asked. "He is dead!" cried several voices. "No, no, there is life in him," shouted another, "but he'll be gone before you can get him to the hospital." "He's a brave fellow," said a woman. "They would have had the lady's purse and watch if it hadn't been for him. They were a gang, and a rough one, too. Ah, he is breathing now. He can't lie in the street. May we bring him in, marm?" "Surely. Bring him into the sitting room. There is a comfortable sofa. This way, please." Slowly and solemnly he was borne into the Briony Lodge and laid out upon the principal room. While I still observed the proceedings from my post by the window, the lamps had been lit, but the blinds had not been drawn, so I could see Holmes as he lay upon the couch. I do not know whether he was seized with a compunction at the moment for the part he was playing, but I know that I never felt more heartily ashamed of myself in my life than when I saw the beautiful creature against whom I was conspiring, or the grace and kindliness in which she waited upon the injured man. And yet it would be the blackest treachery to Holmes to draw back now from the part in which he had entrusted to me. I hardened my heart, and took the smoke rocket from under my ulster. After all, I thought, we are not injuring her. We are but preventing her from injuring another. Holmes had sat upon the couch, and I saw him motion like a man who is in need of air. A maid rushed across and threw open the window. At the same time I saw him raise his hand, and at the signal I tossed my rocket into the room with the cry of "Fire!" The word was no sooner out of my mouth than the whole crowd of spectators, well dressed and ill, gentlemen, ulsters, and servant-maids, joined in the general shriek of "Fire!" Thick clouds of smoke curled through the room and out the open window. I caught a glimpse of rushing figures, and a moment later the voice of Holmes from within assuring them that it was a false alarm. Slipping through the shouting crowd, I made my way to the corner of the street, and in 10 minutes was rejoiced to find my friend's arms in mine, and to get away from the scene of uproar. He walked swiftly and in silence for some few minutes until we had turned down one of the quiet streets which led towards Edgware Road. "You did very nicely, Doctor," he remarked. "Nothing could have been better. It is all right." "You have the photograph?" "I know where it is." "And how did you find out?" "As I told you she would. She showed me, as I told you she would. I am still in the dark." "I do not wish to make a mystery," he said, laughing. "The matter was perfectly simple. You, of course, saw that everyone in the street was accomplice. They were all engaged for the evening. I guessed as much. Then, when the row broke out, I had a little moist red paint in the palm of my hand. I rushed forward, fell down, clapped my hand to my face, and became a piteous spectacle. It is an old trick. That also I could fathom. Then they carried me in. She was bound to have me in. What else could she do? And into her sitting room, which was the very room I suspected. It lay between that and her bedroom, and I was determined to see which. They had laid me on a couch. I motioned for air. They were compelled to open the window, and you had your chance." "How did that help you?" "It was all important. When a woman thinks that her house is on fire, her instinct is at once to rush to the thing which she values most. It is a perfectly overpowering impulse, and I have more than once taken advantage of it. In the case of Darlington Substitute scandal, it was of use to me, and also in the Arnsworth Castle business. A married woman grabs at her baby, an unmarried one reaches for her jewelry box. Now it was clear to me that Our Lady of today had nothing in the house more precious to her than what we are in quest of. She would rush to secure it. The alarm of fire was admirably done. The smoke and shouting were enough to shake nerves of steel. She responded beautifully. The photograph is in a recess behind the sliding panel, just above the right bell pull. She was there in an instant, and I caught a glimpse of it she half drew it out. When I cried out that it was a false alarm, she replaced it, glanced at the rocket, rushed from the room, and I have not seen her since. I rose, and making my excuses, escaped from the house. I hesitated whether to attempt to secure the photograph at once, but the coachman had come in, and he was watching me narrowly. It seemed safer to wait. A little over... precipitance may ruin all. And now? I asked. Our quest is practically finished. I shall call with the king tomorrow, and with you if you are to come with us. We will be shown into the sitting room to wait for the lady, but it is improbable that when she comes she may find neither us nor the photograph. It might be a satisfaction to His Majesty to regain it with his own hands. And when will you call? At 8 in the morning. She will not be up, so that we shall have a clear field. Besides, we must be prompt, for this marriage may mean a complete change in her life and habits. We must wire to the king without delay. We had reached Baker Street and stopped at the door. He was searching his pockets for the key when someone passing said, "Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes." There were several people on the pavement at the time, but the greeting appeared to come from a slim youth in an ulster who had hurried by. "I've heard that voice before," said Holmes, staring down the dimly lit street. "Now, I wonder who the deuce that could have been." Well, that was part 2 of that story, chat. I think this is a good part for me to take a little break and stretch and drink a little. My nerves are kind of getting to me, but thank you for being here so far. I might need to read something in not older English sometimes, so it's a little less clunky. But thanks, guys. Alright, this is a good time for you to make sure that you have a drink and that you are nice and cozy before I go ahead and read the third part in a little bit here. Yep, I can read the story you wrote sometime. What I meant earlier was if you had wanted it to be read on stream or you just wanted me to read it in general, but I don't know. There is more public domain. I haven't thought about anything more to read tonight. I don't know how long I anticipated this stream to be, but it's something. There. Alrighty. You don't mind. Alright, well, I do have part 3 of the Scandal in Bohemia to read. I slept at Baker Street that night, and we were engaged upon our toast and coffee in the morning when the King of Bohemia rushed into the room. "You've really got it," he cried, grasping Sherlock Holmes by either shoulder and looking eagerly into his face. "Not yet, but you have hopes?" "I have hopes." "Then, come. I am all impatience to be gone." "We must have a cab." "No, my brougham is waiting." "Then that will simplify matters." We descended and started off once more for Briony Lodge. "Irene Adler is married," remarked Holmes. "Married? When?" "Yesterday." "But to whom?" "To an English lawyer named Morton." "But she could not love him." "I am in hopes that she does." "And why in hopes?" "Because it would spare your Majesty all fear of future annoyance. If the lady loves her husband, she does not love your Majesty. If she does not love your Majesty, there is no reason why she should interfere with your Majesty's plan." "That is true, and yet... well, I wish she had been of my own station. What a queen she would have made." He relapsed into a moody silence. which was not broken until we drew up in Serpentine Avenue. The door of Briony Lodge was open, and an elderly woman stood upon the steps. She watched us with a sardonic eye as we stepped from the brougham. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I believe." "I am Mr. Holmes," answered my companion, looking upon her with a questioning and rather startled gaze. "Indeed, my mistress told me you were likely to call. She left this morning with her husband by the 5:15 train from Charing Cross for the Continent." "What?" Sherlock Holmes stayed shock, white with chagrin and surprise. "What do you mean she has left England?" "Never to return." "And the papers?" asked the king hoarsely. All is lost." "We shall see." He pushed past the servant and rushed into the drawing-room, followed by the king and myself. The furniture was scattered about in every direction, with dismantled shelves and open drawers, as if the lady had hurriedly ransacked them before her flight. Holmes rushed to the bell pull, tore back a small sliding shutter, and, plunging in his hand, pulled out a photograph and a letter. The photograph was of Irene Adler herself in an evening dress. The letter was superscribed to Sherlock Holmes, Esquire, to be left till called for. My friend tore it open, and we all three read it together. It was dated midnight of the preceding night, and ran this way. "My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you really did it very well. You took me in completely. Until after the alarm of fire, I had not a suspicion. But then, when I found how I had betrayed myself, I began to think. I had been warned against you months ago. I had been told that, if the king employed an agent, it would certainly be you, and your address had been given me. Yet, with all this, you made me reveal what you wanted to know. Even after I became suspicious, I find it hard to think of evil of such a dear, kind old clergyman. But you know, I have been trained as such an actress myself. Male costume is nothing new to me. I often take advantage of the freedom which it gives. I sent John, the coachman, to watch you, ran upstairs, got into my walking clothes, as I call them, and came down just as you departed. When I followed you to your door, and so made sure that I really was an object of interest to the celebrated Mr. Sherlock Holmes, then I, rather imprudently, wished you a good night, and started for the temple to see my husband. We both thought the best resource was flight, when pursued by so formidable an antagonist. So you will find the nest empty when you call tomorrow. As to the photograph, your client may rest well in peace. I love and am loved by a better man than he. The king may do well what he will without hindrance from one he has cruelly wronged. I keep it only to safeguard myself, and to preserve a weapon which will always secure me from any steps he might take in the future. I leave the photograph which he might care to possess, and I remain, dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, yours, very truly yours, Irene Norton, née Adler." "What a woman! Oh, what a woman!" cried the King of Bohemia, when we had all three read this epistle. "Did I not tell you how quick and resolute she was? Would she not have made an admirable queen? Is it not a pity that she was not on my level? From what I have seen of the lady, she seems, indeed, to be very different level to your Majesty," said Holmes coldly. "I am sorry that I have not been able to bring your Majesty's business to a more successful conclusion." "On the contrary, my dear sir," cried the king, "nothing could be more successful. I know her word is involatile. The photograph is now safe as if it were in the fire. I am glad to hear your Majesty say so. I am immensely indebted to you. Pray, tell me in which way I could reward you. This ring—" He slipped an emerald snake ring from his finger and held it out upon the palm of his hand. Your Majesty has something in which I should value even more highly, said Holmes. You have but to name it. This photograph. The king stared at him in amazement. Irene's photograph, he cried. Certainly, if you wish it. I think, Your Majesty, there is no more to be done in the matter. I have the honor to wish you a very good morning. He bowed, and turning away without observing the hand in which the king had stretched out to him, he set off in company for his chambers. And that was how the great scandal threatened to affect the kingdom of Bohemia, and how the best plans of Mr. Sherlock Holmes were beaten by a woman's wit. He used to make merry over the cleverness of women, but I have not heard him do it of late. And when he speaks of Irene Adler, or when he refers to her photograph, it is always under the honorable title of the woman. Ah, welcome on in, readers. Hello, hello. Ah, a savvy raid. Welcome on in. Hello, everyone. How are you? How are you? How was your stream tonight? I just got finished reading A Scandal in Bohemia. Savvy the Red Fox. Ah, what were you streaming tonight? Glad to hear it went well. Planet Coaster. Oh, I have never heard of that. Ah, thank you for suggesting me, Inochi. Thank you. Sherlock stories are also short. I mean, it took me about an hour. Ah, a modern day roller coaster tycoon. It goes okay. A little more nervous than I anticipated I would be, but it's gone okay. You can even ride the roller coasters and ride you build. Ah, that sounds really cool. Aw, thanks. Thank you. I think I need to, read something I actually know one time, although most things in the public domain I honestly wouldn't be able to read super well. I just honestly was not actually sure what to do today. I've been pretty worn out lately, so I wanted to pick something I thought would be kind of easy. I underestimated how nervous I would be attempting to read on stream, and stumbled a fair bit. So getting to ride your roller coasters and rides, that's one of the best parts. That does sound like a lot of fun. Alright, so don't be nervous. That's really hard. Let's see here. Where's my Discord? Planet Coaster videos. Yeah, I didn't think there was one either. It's kind of cool though. I'm gonna have to try. That game sounds like fun. I might have to try it sometime. Making a medieval themed area in your park. Ah, those are the best parts! Alright, let's see what's happening here. Nothing. Alright. Well, I can read some more plot twists. Right? I can read another Sherlock Holmes story. I didn't anticipate this to be short, but I should have. I also might have read perhaps a little too loud because of nervousness, but I'm not 100% sure if that was the case or whatever. Canada's Wonderland, they have a medieval theme in one of the sections. Awesome! That sounds really awesome. It's where Leviathan is. Ooh. let's see. I've been to Disneyland, but not since the 90s. And I've never been to Disney World. Um, yes. Oh my god. So many outdated words and things that I don't know how to pronounce, so I definitely stumbled there, even though earlier today I looked up the definition and pronunciation of some of them. I did not do enough of them. And I perhaps should have, but what can you do? Not much, honestly. There's not much you can do when you kind of YOLO it. The rest of the stories are relatively shorter. They don't have 3 parts like the scandal in Bohemia, so those will be a little faster. I love roller coasters too. I want to go ride roller coasters. It sounds like a lot of fun. I didn't ride any roller coasters last year, and that's kind of a shame. I want to go to the theme park and ride roller coasters. I love roller coasters that go upside down. I'm going to be keeping a tab open for watching hours and I'll be lurking. Glad to have met you and talk about coasters. Absolutely! I love... Oh, a hanging coaster. I think I've only been on 2 of those. Yes, Up in Fury one day. I need to get... I'm gonna get a passport. I want to go to Canada. Well, I want to go to Japan mostly, but I'll go to Canada and we'll ride that roller coaster someday. That sounds a lot of fun. And thank you so much, Savvy, for the lurk. And absolutely, we should talk about coasters sometime. And... Nani? Inochi, thank you. What is this? Alright, so, thank you, Inochi, for sending me Planet Coasters and the Vintage Pack. Oh gosh. Cool. Looks like I have another new game to play. Thank you for the coffee, Redeem. Absolutely. Alright, well... That's true. That's true. We should play that one sometime. I'm gonna take a drink of water, clear my throat for a second. Actually, what I am going to do really fast is I'm gonna take a quick idle meeting, stretch a little, get out some of my nerves, and then we will come back and read another Sherlock Holmes story. I'm not sure how many I'll read tonight, but I will do that. Yeah, so give me just one moment and I will be right back. Alrighty, I have returned. Dan, if you send me your story, do you want me to read that before you head to bed? I don't know how long it is, but if you'd like me to read that really fast, I can definitely do so. I have coffee and I have water. I just took a quick heartburn med because my heartburn is a little angry today. But yes, I will absolutely, Dan, read your story really fast if you are able to stay up. If not, that is okay. I can read it another time. Sure? Okay. Alrighty, where are you sending it? On Discord? Oh no, you didn't get your coffee today. Wow! Normally the game runs, oh my god, $50 and $20 for DLC? Oh, I figured you were just gonna send it as like a text file to open, but that's okay, yeah. Discord does not like long posts, that's true. Oh goodness, I hope my computer can handle the game, Inochi. Well, while we wait really fast, excuse me, let's check a map. I'm gonna wait here. Dan is going to send me a story that he wrote, and we're gonna read that before the next, Sherlock Holmes story. What was it called? Coaster something. Brain goes, what? Not... What was it called? You just got sent this, Kiyomi. Don't have a brain fart. Nope, my brain is gone. Planet coaster. See, I'm looking for coaster and roller coaster, and it starts with a P because I have brain cells. Oh gods. Cobalt Raid, hi! Welcome on in! Hello, raiders! Hello, Farley! Hello, Cobalt, and hello, everyone else! Hello, how are you? How was stream? I am so sorry I didn't join tonight. Let's see. Oh, yes! It looks like my computer should be able to handle Planet Coaster. That'll be fun! A text file, you should be able to press the... Can you send a text file? If you press the plus sign on Discord, you should be able to attach a file. Hello, Cobalt. You've got dye on your fingers. What were you making tonight? I will have to go back and watch the VOD later. Sometimes that's all I have the time to do. I'm really sorry. Yes, so we are taking just a quick intermission here. Big Belt. Hello, Cobalt. Hello. And no, you're good. Oh, is it that pretty one that you showed the pictures of in that little group chat the other day? If so, I can't wait to see it. Only PC. Really? I can add files from my iPad. Like, my iPad allows me to try to add files, so it should be okay. Oh, farts. Much tooling was done. Oh, okay, well, I look forward to looking at that then. Yeah, I know, I streamed super late for you, and I know you work way earlier than I do. Alright, so Dan will send me his story later, which means that we will read that next stream. Next reading stream. If we do another one, we might. It seems to be going pretty well. Alright, I'm this time, because I'm having somewhat of a sore throat, right? I am gonna pop a cough drop in. I will do my best not to be annoying with it. But yes. No, you're alright, you're alright. That might be a terrible idea. The cough drop, I mean. Alrighty, dazzlings. Get tucked in and wish the monsters in the closet good night. It's time for another bedtime story with Kyo. This one is another one from the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and it's called A Case of Identity. "My dear fellow," said Sherlock Holmes as we sat on either side of the fire in his lodgings at Baker Street, "life is infinitely stranger than anything which the mind of man could invent. We would not dare to conceive the things which are really mere commonplaces of existence. If we could fly out of that window hand in hand, hover over this great city, gently remove the roofs, and peep in at the queer things which are going on, the strange coincidences, the plannings, the cross-purposes, the wonderful chains of events working through generations and leading to the most outre of results, it would make all fiction with its conventionalities and foreseen conclusions most stale and unprofitable. And yet I am not convinced of it," I answered. "The cases which come to light in the papers are, as a rule, bald enough and vulgar enough. We have in our police reports realism pushed to its extreme limits, and yet the result is, it must be confessed, neither fascinating nor artistic. A certain selection and discretion must be used in producing a realistic effect," remarked Holmes. "This is wanting in the police report, where more stress is laid, perhaps, upon the platitudes of the magistrate than upon the details, which to an observer contains the vital essence of the whole matter. Depend upon it, there is nothing so unnatural as the commonplace." I smiled and shook my head. "I can quite understand your thinking so," I said. "Of course, in your position, an unofficial advisor and helper to everybody who is absolutely puzzled, throughout 3 continents, you are brought into contact with all that is strange and bizarre. But here," I picked up the morning paper from the ground, "let us put it to a practical test. Here is the first heading upon which I come: A husband's cruelty to his wife. There is a half-column of print, but I know without reading it that it is all perfectly familiar to me. There is, of course, the other woman, the drink, the push, the blow, the bruise, the sympathetic sister or landlady. The crudest of writers could invent nothing more crude." "Oh, thank you, Inoshi." "Indeed, your example is an unfortunate one for your argument," said Holmes, taking the paper and glancing his eye down on it. "This is the Dundas separation case, and, as it happens, I was engaged in clearing up some small points in connection with it. The husband was a teetotaler. There was no other woman, and the conduct complained of was that he had drifted into the habit of winding up every meal by taking out his false teeth and hurling them at his wife, which, you will allow, is not an action likely to occur to the imagination of the average storyteller. Take a pinch of snuff, Doctor, and acknowledge that I have scored over you in your example." He held out his snuff-box of old gold, with a great amethyst in the center of the lid. Its splendor was in such contrast to his homely ways and simple life that I could not help commenting upon it. "Ah," said he, "I forgot that I had not seen you for some weeks. It is a little souvenir from the King of Bohemia in return for my assistance in the case of the Irene Adler papers." "And the ring?" I asked, glancing at a remarkable brilliant which sparkled upon his finger. "It was from the reigning family of Holland," though your manner in which I served them was of such delicacy I cannot confide it even to you, who have been good enough to chronicle one or two of my little problems. Hello? Have you any on hand just now? I asked with interest. Some 10 or 12, but none which present any feature of interest. They are important, you understand, without being interesting. Indeed, I have found that it is usually in unimportant matters that there is a field for the observation, and for the quick analysis of cause and effect which gives the charm to an investigation. The larger crimes are apt to be the simpler, but for the bigger crime, the more obvious, as a rule, is the motive. In these cases, save for one rather intricate matter which has been referred to me from Marseille, there is nothing which presents any features of interest. It is possible, however, that I may have something better before many minutes are over, for this is one of my clients, or I am much mistaken. He had risen from his chair and was standing between the parted blinds, gazing down into the dull, neutral-tinted London street. Looking over his shoulder, I saw that the pavement opposite there stood a large woman with a heavy fur boa around her neck, and a large, curling red feather in a broad-brimmed hat, which was tilted up in a coquettish Duchess of Devonshire fashion over her ear. From under this great panoply, she peeped up in a nervous, hesitating fashion at our windows, while her body oscillated backwards and forwards, and her fingers fidgeted with her gloved buttons. Suddenly, with a plunge, as of the swimmer who leaves the bank, she hurried across the road, and we heard the sharp clang of the bell. I have seen these symptoms before, said Holmes, throwing his cigarette into the fire. Oscillating upon the pavement always means an affaire de coeur. She would like advice, but is not sure that the matter is not too delicate for communication. And yet, even here we may discriminate. When a woman has been seriously wronged by a man, she no longer oscillates, and the usual symptoms is a broken bell wire. Here we may take it that there is a love matter, but that the maiden is not so much angry as perplexed or grieved. But here she comes in person to resolve our doubts. As he spoke there was a tap at the door, and the boy in buttons entered to announce Miss Mary Sutherland, while the lady herself loomed behind his small black figure like a full-sailed merchantman behind a tiny pilot boat. Sherlock Holmes welcomed her with the easy courtesy for which he was remarkable, and, having closed the door and bowed her into an armchair, he looked over her in a minute and yet abstracted fashion which he was peculiar to him. "Do you not find," he said, "that with your short sight it is a little trying to do so much typewriting?" "I did at first," she answered, "but now I know where the letters are without looking." Then, suddenly realizing the full purport of his words, she gave a violent start and looked up, with fear and astonishment upon her broad, good-humored face. "You've heard about me, Mr. Holmes," she cried. "How else could you know all that?" "Never mind," said Holmes, laughing. "It is my business to know things. Perhaps I have trained myself to see what others overlook. If not, why would you have come to consult me?" "I came to you, sir, because I heard of you from Mrs. Etheridge, whose husband you found so easy when the police and everyone had given him up for dead. Oh, Mr. Holmes, I wish you would do as much for me. I am not rich, but I have 100 a year in my own right. Besides a little that I make by the machine, I would give it all to know what has become of Mr. Hosmer Angel." "Why do you come away to consult me in such a hurry?" asked Sherlock Holmes, with his fingertips together and his eyes on the ceiling. Again a startled look came over the somewhat vivacious face of Miss Mary Sutherland. "Yes, I did bang out of the house," she said, "for it made me angry to see the easy way in which Mr. Windibank, that is my father, took it all. He would not go to the police, and he would not go to you. And so at last, as he would do nothing and kept on saying that there was no harm done, it made me mad. And I just on with my things and came right away to you." "Your father," said Holmes, "your stepfather, surely, since the name is different." "Yes, my stepfather. I call him my father, though it sounds funny too, for he is only 5 years and 2 months older than myself." "Okay." "And your mother is alive?" "Oh, yes, mother is alive and well. I wasn't best pleased, Mr. Holmes, when she married again so soon after father's death, and a man who was nearly 15 years younger than herself. Father was a plumber in the Tottenham Court Road, and he left a tidy business behind him, which mother carried on with Mr. Hardy, the foreman. But when Mr. Windibank came, he made her sell the business, for he was very superior, being a traveller in wines. They got £4,700 for the goodwill and interest, which wasn't near as much as father would have got if he had been alive. I had expected to see Sherlock Holmes impatient under this rambling and inconsequential narrative, but on the contrary, he had listened with the greatest concentration of attention. "Your own little income?" he asked. "Does it come out of the business?" "Oh, no, sir. It is quite separate and left me by my Uncle Ned in Auckland. It is in New Zealand stock, paying 4.5%. £2,500 is the amount, but I can only touch the interest." "You interest me extremely," said Holmes, "and since you draw so large a sum as 100 a year, with what you earn into the bargain, you no doubt travel a little and indulge yourself in every way. I believe that a single lady can get on very nicely upon an income of about £60. Man, that would be nothing in today's day." "I could do with much less than that, Mr. Holmes, but you understand that as long as I live at home, I do not wish to be a burden to them, and so they have use of the money just while I am staying with them. Of course, that is only just for the time. Mr. Windibank draws my interest every quarter and pays it over to mother, and I find that I can do pretty well with what I earn at typewriting. It brings me 2 pence a sheet, and I can often do 15 to 20 sheets in a day." "You have made your position very clear to me," said Mr. Holmes. "This is my friend, Dr. Watson, before whom you can speak as freely as before myself. Kindly tell us all about your connection with Mr. Hosmer Angel." A flush stole over Mrs. Sutherland's face. She picked nervously at the fringe of her jacket. "I met him first at the gasfitters' ball," she said. "They used to send father tickets when he was alive, and then afterwards they remembered us and sent them to mother. Mr. Windibank did not wish for us to go. He never did wish us to go anywhere. He would get quite mad if I wanted so much as to join a Sunday school retreat, but this time I was set on going, and I would go, for what right had he to prevent? He said the folk were not fit for us to know, when all father's friends were to be there, and he said that I had nothing fit to wear, when I had my purple plush that I had never so much as taken out of a drawer. At last, when nothing else would do, he went off to France upon the business of the firm, but we went, mother and I, with Mr. Hardy, who used to be our foreman, and it was there that I met Mr. Hosmer Angel. I suppose," said Mr. Holmes, "that when Mr. Windibank came back from France he was very annoyed at your having gone to the ball." "Oh, well, he was very good about it. He laughed, I remembered, and shrugged his shoulders, and said there was no use to denying anything to a woman, for she would have her way." "I see. Then at the gasfitters' ball you met, as I understand, a gentleman called Mr. Hosmer Angel." "Yes, sir. I met him that night, and he called the next day to ask if we had got home all safe. And after that we met him, that is to say, Mr. Holmes, I met him twice for walks, But after that, Father came back again, and Mr. Hosmer Angel could not come to the house any more. No. Well, you know Father didn't like anything of the sort. He wouldn't have any visitors if he could help it. He used to say that a woman should be happy in her own family circle. But then, as I used to say to Mother, a woman wants her own circle to begin with, and I had not got mine yet. But how about Mr. Hosmer Angel? Did he make no attempt to see you? Well, Father was going off to France again in a week, and Hosmer wrote and said that it would be safer and better not to see each other until he had gone. We could write in the meantime, and he used to write every day. I took the letters in the morning, so there was no need for Father to know. Were you engaged to the gentleman at this time? Oh, yes, Mr. Home, we were engaged after the first walk we took. Hosmer, Mr. Angel, was the cashier at the office in Leadenhall Street, and... What office? That is the worst of it, Mr. Holmes. I do not know. Where did he live, then? He slept on the premises. And you don't know his address? No, except that it was Leadenhall Street. Where did you address your letters, then? To the Leadenhall Street post office, to be left till called for. He said that if they were sent to the office, he would be chaffed by all the other clerks about having letters from a lady. So I offered to typewrite them, like he did his. But he wouldn't have that, for he said that when he wrote them, they seemed to come from me, but when they were typewritten, he always felt that the machine had come between us. That will just show you how fond he was of me, Mr. Holmes, and the little things he would think of. It was most suggestive, said Holmes. It has long been an axiom of mine that the little things are infinitely the most important. Can you remember any other little things about Mr. Hosmer Angel? He was a very shy man, Mr. Holmes. He would rather walk with me in the evening than in the daylight, for he said he hated to be conspicuous. Conspicuous? 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 Conspicuous. Thank you. Very retiring and gentlemanly was he. Even his voice was gentle. He had the quinsy and swollen glands when he was young, he told me. It had left him with a weak throat and a hesitating, whispers fashion of speech. He was always well dressed, very neat and plain, but his eyes were weak, just like mine, and he wore tinted glasses against the glare. Well, and what happened when Mr. Windibank, your stepfather, returned to France? Mr. Hosmer Angel came to the house again and proposed that we should marry before Father came back. He was in dreadful earnest and made me swear, with my hands upon the testament, that whatever happened I would always be true to him. Mother said that he was quite right to make me swear, and that was a sign of his passion. Mother was all in his favor from the first, and was even fonder of him than I was. Then, when they talked of marrying within the week, I began to ask about Father, but they both said never to mind about Father, but just to tell him afterwards, and Mother said that she would make it all right with him. I didn't quite like that, Mr. Holmes. It seemed funny that I should ask his leave, as he was only a few years older than me, but I didn't want to do anything on the sly. So I wrote to Father at Bordeaux, where the company has his French offices. But the letter came back to me on the very morning of the wedding. It missed him then? Yes, sir, for he had started to England just before he had arrived. Huh, that was unfortunate. Your wedding was arranged then, for the Friday. Was it to be in church? Yes, sir, but very quietly. It was to be at St. Saviour's, near King's Cross, and we were to have breakfast afterwards at the St. Pancras Hotel. Hosmer came for us in a hansom, but as there were two of us, he put us both into it and stepped himself into a four-wheeler, which happened to be the only cab on the street. We got to the church first, and when the four-wheeler drove up, we waited for him to step out. but he never did. And when the cabman got down from the box and looked, there was no one there. The cabman said he could not imagine what had become of him, for he had seen him get in with his own eyes. That was last Friday, Mr. Holmes, and I have never seen or heard anything since then to throw any light upon what became of him. It seems to me that you have been very shamefully treated, said Holmes. Oh, no, sir. He was too good and kind to leave me so. Why, all the morning he was saying to me that whatever happened, I was to be true, and even if something quite unforeseen occurred to separate us, I was to remember that I was pledged to him, and that he would claim his pledge sooner or later. It seems strange talk for a wedding morning, but what has happened since gives more meaning to it. Yes, it certainly does. Your own opinion is, then, that some unforeseen catastrophe has occurred to him? Yes, sir. I believe that he foresaw some danger, or else he would not have talked so. And then, I think that was what he foresaw happened. But you have no notion as to what it could have been. None. One more question. How did your mother take to the matter? She was angry, and said I was to never speak of the matter again. And your father? Did you tell him? Yes, and he seemed to think, with me, that something had happened, and that I should hear of Hosmer again. As he said, what interest could anyone have in bringing me to the doors of a church, and then leaving me? Now, if he had borrowed my money, or if he had married me and got my money settled on him, there might be some reason, but Hosmer was very independent about money, and never would look at a shilling of mine. And yet, what could have happened? And why could he not write? Oh, it drives me half mad to think of it, and I can't sleep a wink at night. She pulled a little handkerchief out of her muff and began to sob heavily into it. I shall glance into the case for you, said Holmes, rising. I have no doubt that we shall reach some definite result. Let the weight of the matter rest upon me now, and do not let your mind dwell upon it further. Above all, try to let Mr. Hosmer Angel vanish from your memory, as he has done from your life. Then, you don't think I'll see him again? I fear not. Then what has happened to him? You will leave that question in my hands. I should like an accurate description of him and any letters of his which you can spare. I advertised for him on last Saturday's Chronicle, she said. Here is the slip, and here are 4 letters from him. Thank you. And your address? Number 31, Lion Place, Camberwell. Mr. Angel's address you've never had, I understand. Where is your father's place of business? He travels for West House and Marbank, the great claret importers of Fenchurch Street. Thank you. You have made your statement very clearly. You will leave the papers here, and remember the advice which I have given you. Let the whole incident be a sealed book, and do not allow it to affect your life. You are very kind, Mr. Holmes, but I cannot do that. I shall be true to Hosmer. Hosmer, he shall find me ready when he comes back. For all the preposterous hat and vacious face, there was something noble in the simple face of our visitor which compelled our respect. She laid her little bundle of papers upon the table and went her way, with a promise to come again whenever she might be summoned. Just a sec. Sherlock Holmes sat silent for a few minutes, with his fingertips still pressed together, his legs stretched out in front of him, and his gaze directed upwards to the ceiling. Then he took down from the rack an old and oily clay pipe, which was to him as a counselor, and, having lit it, he leaned back in his chair, with a thick blue cloud wreath spinning up from him, and a look of infinite languor on his face. Quite an interesting study, that maiden, he observed. I find her more interesting than her little problem, which, by the way, is a rather trite one. You will find parallel cases if you consult my index in Andover in 77, and there was something of the sort at the La Hague last year. Old as is the idea, however, there were one or two details which were new to me, but the maiden herself was most instructive. You appeared to read a good deal upon her, which was quite invisible to me, I remarked. Not invisible, but unnoticed, Watson. You did not know where to look, and so you missed all that was important. I can never bring you to realize the importance of sleeves, the suggestiveness of thumbnails, or the great issues that may hang from a bootlace. Now, what did you gather from that woman's appearance? Describe it. Well, she had a slate-colored, broad-brimmed straw hat, with a feather of brickish red. Her jacket was black, with black beads sewn upon it, and a fringe of little black jet ornaments. Her dress was brown, rather darker than coffee color, with a little purple plush at the neck and sleeves. Her gloves were grayish and were worn through at the right forefinger. Her boots I didn't observe. She had a small, round, hanging gold earrings, and a general air of being fairly well-to-do in a vulgar, comfortable, easy-going way. Sherlock Holmes clapped his hands softly together and chuckled. "Upon my words, Watson, you're coming together wonderfully. You've really done very well indeed. It is true that you have missed everything of importance, but you have hit upon the method, and you have a quick eye for color. Never trust to general impressions, my boy, but concrete yourself upon details. My first glance is always at a woman's sleeve. In a man's it is perhaps better first to take the knee of the trouser. As you observe, this woman had plush upon her sleeves, which is the most useful material for showing traces. The double line in a little above the wrist, where the typewritist presses against the table, was beautifully defined. The sewing machine of the hand type leaves a similar mark, but only on the left arm, and on the side of it furthest from the thumb, instead of being right across the broadest part, as this was. I then glanced at her face, and observing the dint of pince-nez at either side of her nose, I ventured a remark upon short sight and typewriting, which seemed to surprise her. It surprised me, but surely it was obvious. I was then much surprised and interested on glancing down to observe that, though the boots which she was wearing were not unlike each other, they were really odd ones, one having a slightly decorated toe cap, and the other a plain one. One was buttoned, only the 2 lower buttons out of 5, and the other the first, third, and fifth. Now, when you see that young lady, otherwise neatly dressed, has come away from home with odd boots, half-buttoned, it is no great deduction to say that she came away in a hurry. "And what else?" I asked, keenly interested, as I always was, by my friend's incisive reasoning. I noticed, in passing, that she had written a note before leaving home, but after fully dressed. You observed that her right glove was torn at the forefinger, but you did not apparently see that both glove and finger were stained with violet ink. She had written in a hurry, and dipped her pen too deep. It must have been this morning, or the mark would not remain clear upon the finger. All this is amusing, though rather elementary. I must go back to business, Watson. Would you mind reading me the advertised description of Mr. Hosmer Angel? I held the little printed slip up to the light. "Missing," it said, "on the morning of the 14th, a gentleman named Hosmer Angel, about 5 foot 7 inches in height, strongly built, sallow complexion, black hair, a little bald in the center, bushy, black side whiskers, and a mustache, tinted glasses, slight infirmity of speech, well dressed when last seen in a black frock coat faced with silk, black waistcoat, gold Albert chain, and grey Harris tweed trousers, with brown gaiters over elastic-sided boots. Known to have been employed in an office in Leadenhall Street. Anybody bringing—" "That will do," said Holmes. As to the letters, he continued, glancing over them, they are very commonplace. Absolutely no clue in them to Mr. Angel, save that he quotes Balzac once. There is one remarkable point, however, which will no doubt strike you. They are typewritten, I remarked. Not only that, but the signature is typewritten. Look at the neat little Hosmer Angel at the bottom. There is a date, you see, but no superscription except Lindenhall Street, which is rather vague. The point about the signature is very suggestive, in fact. We may call it conclusive. Of what? My dear fellow, is it possible you do not see how strongly it bears upon the case? I cannot say I do, unless it were that he wished to be able to deny his signature if an action of breach of promise were instituted. No, that was not the point. However, I shall write 2 letters which shall settle the matter. One is to a firm in the city, and the other is to the young lady's stepfather, Mr. Windibank, asking him whether he could meet us here at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. It is just as well that we should do business with the male relatives. And now, Doctor, we can do nothing until the answers to those letters come, so we may put our little problem upon the shelf for the interim. I had so many reasons to believe in my friend's subtle powers of reasoning and extraordinary energy in action that I felt that he must have some solid grounds for the assured and easy demeanor in which he treated the singular mystery which he had been called upon to fathom. Once only had I known him to fail, in the King of Bohemia and the Irene Adler photograph, but when I looked back at the weird business of the Sign of 4 and the extraordinary circumstances connected to the Sooty and Scarlet, I felt that it would be a strange tangle indeed which he could not unravel. I left him then, still puffing at his black clay pipe, with the conviction that when I came again on the next evening, I would find that he held his hands all the clues which led up to the identity of the disappearing groomsman of Miss Sherry Sutherland. A great professional case of great gravity was engaging my own attention at the time, and the whole of the next day I was busy at the bedside of the sufferer. It was not until close upon 6 o'clock that I found myself free and was able to spring into a hansom and drive to Baker Street, half afraid that I might be too late to assist in the denouement of the little mystery. I found Sherlock Holmes alone, however, half asleep, with his long, thin form curled up in the recesses of his armchair. A formidable array of bottles and test tubes, with the pungent, cleanly smell of hydrochloric acid, told me that he had spent his day in the chemical work which was so dear to him. "Well, have you solved it?" I asked as I entered. "Yes. It was the bisulfate of barytia." No, the mystery!" I cried. "Oh, that. I thought of the salt that I have been working upon." There was never any mystery in the matter, though. As I said yesterday, some of the details are of interest. The only drawback is that there is no law, I feel, that can touch the scoundrel. Who was he, then, and what was his object in deserting Miss Sutherland? The question was hardly out of my mouth, and Holmes had not yet opened his lips to reply, when we heard the heavy footfall in the passage and a tap at the door. "This is the girl's stepfather, Mr. James Windibank," said Holmes. "He has written to me to say that he would be here at 6. Come in." The man who entered was a sturdy, middle-sized fellow, some 30 years of age, clean-shaven, sallow-skinned, with a bland, insinuating manner and a pair of wonderfully sharp and penetrating gray eyes. He shot a questioning glance at each of us, placed his shiny top hat upon the sideboard, and with a slight bow, sidled down into the nearest chair. "Good evening, Mr. James Windibank," said Holmes. "I think this typewritten letter is from you, in which you made it an appointment with me for 6 o'clock. "Yes, sir. I'm afraid I am a little late. But I am not quite my own master, you know. I am sorry that Miss Sutherland has troubled you with this little matter, for I think it is far better to not wash linen of this sort in public. It was quite against my wishes that she came, but she is a very excitable, impulsive girl, as you may have noticed, and she is not easily controlled when she has made up her mind on a point. Of course, I did not mind you so much, as you are not connected with the official police, but it is not pleasant to have a family misfortune like this nosed abroad. Besides, it is a useless expense, for how could you possibly find this Hosmer angel?" "On the contrary," said Holmes quietly, "I have every reason to believe I will succeed in discovering Mr. Hosmer Angel." Mr. Windibank gave a violent start and dropped his gloves. "I am delighted to hear it," he said. "It is a curious thing," remarked Holmes, "that a typewriter has really quite as much individuality as a man's handwriting. Unless they are quite new, no two of them write exactly alike. Some letters get more worn than others, and some wear only on one side. Now, you remark in this note of yours, Mr. Windibank, that in every case there is some little slurring over the E, and the slight defect in the tail of the R. There are 14 other characteristics, but those are the most obvious. We do all of our correspondence with this machine at the office, and no doubt it is a little worn," our visitor answered, glancing keenly at Holmes with his bright little eyes. "And now I will show you what is really very interesting study, Mr. Windibank," Holmes continued. "I think of writing another little monograph some of these days on the typewriter and its relation to crime. It is a subject to which I have devoted some little attention. I have here 4 letters which purport to come from the missing man. They are all typewritten." In each case, not only are the E's slurred and the R's tailless, but you will observe, if you care to use my magnifying glass, that the 14 other characteristics to which I have alluded are all there as well. Mr. Windibank sprang out of the chair and picked up his hat. "I cannot waste time over this sort of fantastic talk, Mr. Holmes," he said. "If you can catch the man, catch him, and let me know when you have done it." "Certainly," said Mr. Holmes, stepping over and turning the key in the door. "I let you know, then, that I have caught him." "What? Where?" shouted Mr. Windibank, turning white to his lips and glancing about him like a rat in a trap. "Oh, that won't do. It really won't," said Holmes suavely. "There is no possible getting out of it, Mr. Windibank. It is quite too transparent, and it was a very bad compliment when you said it was impossible for me to solve so simple a question." "That's right. Sit down and let us talk it over." Our visitor collapsed into a chair with a ghastly face and a glitter of moisture on his brow. It's not actionable," he stammered. "I am very much afraid that it is not. But between ourselves, Windibank, it was a cruel and selfish and heartless trick in a petty way as ever came before me. Now, let me run over the course of events, and you will contradict me if I go wrong." The man sat huddled up in his chair, with his head sunk upon his breast, like one who is utterly crushed. Holmes stuck his feet up upon the corner of the mantelpiece and, leaning back with his hands in his pocket, began talking, rather to himself, as it seemed, and to us. The man married a woman much older than himself for her money, said he. And he enjoyed the use of the money of the daughter as long as she lived with them. It was a considerable sum for people in their position, and the loss of it would have made a serious difference. It was worth the effort to preserve it. The daughter was of a good, amiable disposition, but affectionate and warm-hearted in her ways, so that it was evidence that with her fair personal advantages and her little income, that she not be allowed to remain single long. Now, her marriage would mean, of course, the loss of 100 a year. So what does her stepfather do to prevent it? He takes the obvious course of keeping her at home and forbidding her to seek the company of people her own age. But soon he found that that would not be an answer forever. She became resistive, insisted upon her rights, and finally announced her positive intention of going to a certain ball. What does her clever stepfather do then? He conceives an idea more creditable to his head than to his heart. With the covenants and assistance of his wife, he disguised himself, covered those keen eyes with tinted glasses, masked the face with a mustache and a pair of bushy whiskers, sunk that clear voice into an insinuating whisper, and doubly secure on account of a girl's short sight, he appears as Mr. Hosmer Angel, and keeps off other lovers by making love himself. It was only a joke at first, groaned our visitor. We never thought she would even been so carried away. Very likely not. However that may be, the young lady was very decidedly carried away, and having quite made up her mind that her stepfather was in France, the suspicion of treachery never for an instant entered her mind. She was flattered by the gentleman's attention, and the effect was increased by the loudly expressed admiration of her mother. Then Mr. Angel began to call, for it was obvious that the matter should be pushed as far as it would go if the real effect were to be produced. There were meetings, an engagement, which would finally secure the girl's affection from turning towards anyone else, but the deception could not be kept up forever. These pretended journeys to France were rather cumbrous. The thing to do was clearly to bring the business to an end in such a dramatic manner that it would leave a permanent impression upon the young lady's mind and prevent her from looking upon any other suitor for some time to come. Hence those vows of fidelity exacted upon a testament, and hence also the allusions to a possibility of something happened on the very morning of the wedding. James Windibank wished Miss Sutherland to be so bound to Hosmer Angel, and so uncertain of his fate, that for 10 years to come, at any rate, she would not listen to another man. As far as the church door he brought her, and then, as he could go no further, he conveniently vanished away by the old trick of stepping in one door of a four-wheeler and getting out the other. I think that was the chain of events, Mr. Windibank. Our visitor had recovered something of his assurance while Holmes had been talking, and he rose from his chair now with a cold sneer upon his face. "It may be so, or it may not, Mr. Holmes," said he, "but if you are so very sharp, you ought to be sharp enough to know that it's you who are breaking the law now, and not me. I have done nothing actionable from the first, but as long as you keep that door locked, you lay yourself open to an action for assault and illegal constraint. The law cannot, as you say, touch you," said Holmes, unlocking and throwing open the door. "Yet there never was a man who deserved punishment more, and if the young lady has a brother or a friend, he ought to lay a whip across your shoulders. By Jove!" he continued, flushing up at the sight of the bitter sneer among the man's face. "It is not part of my duties to my client, but here is a haunting crop handy, and I think I shall treat myself too." He took 2 swift steps to the whip, but before he could grasp it there was a wild clatter of the steps upon the stair, and the heavy hall door banged, and from the window we could see Mr. James Windibank running at the top of his speed down the road. There's the cold-blooded scoundrel, said Holmes, laughing, as he threw himself down into his chair once more. That fellow will rise from the crime to crime until he does something very bad, and ends on a gallows. The case has, in some respects, not entirely devoid of interest. I cannot now entirely see all the steps of your reasoning, I remarked. Well, of course it was obvious from the first that this Mr. Hosmer Angel must have some strong object for his curious conduct, and it was equally clear that the only man who really profited by the incident, as far as we could see, was the stepfather. Then, the fact that the two men were never together, but that one always appeared when the other was away, was suggestive. So were the tinted spectacles and the curious voice, both which hinted at a disguise, as did the bushy whiskers. My suspicions were all confirmed by his peculiar action in the typewriting his signature, which of course inferred that his handwriting was so familiar to her that she would recognize even the smallest sample of it. You see, all these isolated facts, together with many minor ones, all pointed in the same direction. And how did you verify them? Having once spotted my man, it was easy to get corroboration. I knew the firm for which this man worked. Having taken the printed description, I eliminated everything from it which could be the result of a disguise. The whiskers, the glasses, the voice, and I sent it to the firm, with the request that they would inform me whether it answered the description of any of their travelers. I had already noticed the peculiarities of the typewriter, and wrote to the man himself at the business address asking if he would come here. As I expected, his reply was typewritten and revealed the same trivial but characteristic defects. The same post brought me a letter from Westhouse and Marbank on Fenchurch Street to say that the description tallied in every respect with that of their employee, James Windibank. Voilà that. And Miss Sutherland? If I tell her, she will not believe me. You remember the old Persian saying, "There is a danger for him who taketh the tiger cub, and danger also for whoso snatches the delusion from a woman." There is as much sense in the Hafiz as in Horace, and as much knowledge of the world. Wow, that one I stumbled onto. Sorry. And that is the end of the story of the case of identity. Yes, I think I will need something a little easier to read, because the way this is written, yeah, because I stretched and the camera couldn't see me, my hand got in the way. The way this is written, sometimes it said he said she said, and it was like, why do you flip-flop the way it's written? But it was still kind of fun anyway. Me too. It was fun. I definitely need something a little less ye olde English. Well, it wasn't even that bad. It's just that, I guess I could have found something I actually knew a little bit better. But yes, finding things finding things that are in public domain to read can be a little hard. I think, it's all kind of older stuff, obviously, because it has to be. Well, thank you for listening, Inochi. I'm glad that I made your night of dashing, more interesting. Let's see, maybe I could read one more after a little bit of a break, because, whew! Sailor Moon fanfics. I would want permission from the fanfic authors before I read fanfics. I don't know if that's the way you're supposed to do it, but it feels like probably the best course of action is to get fanfic, author permission, you know? Let's see if there's another one of these that maybe is a little shorter. I don't know. I've never read fanfics out loud, so I don't know if there's, like, procedure, proper behavior, you know, stuff like that, to not step on anybody's toes or anything. Ah, it's supposed to be written in the perspective of Dr. Watson, and according to Carmen, he was very stupid. You never read that case, though. Edgar Allan Poe? Probably. Let's see. I could, I suppose, read some poetry. Alright then, I suppose. Oh, do they? A lot of streamers read fanfics? I honestly had no idea. Alright, let's pull up, oh man. I don't actually know if I've read any of this. Edgar Allan Poe personally. Can I find? I can at least do The Raven, I suppose? Read Garfield comics. You know one that does every Thursday. Interesting. Alright. I only know The Raven from The Simpsons. You know what? That's where I know it the most, too. Yeah, I don't think Garfield comics are quite public domain. Should I read The Raven? At least that one I know. Should I? Well, I don't want to get in trouble. That's why. Unless I have specific permission from an author, I would prefer to just do something in the public domain for safety reasons. Also to not get... Oh, that's true, Winnie the Pooh is, but, you know. Now, I don't know if I should read The Raven in Kyo's voice, or if I should drop to my more normal voice. Sorry, cleared my throat a little. Do what I feel is best. I have no idea. This is all impromptu at this point. Anyway. Alrighty, dazzlings. The color out of space? I don't know what that is. What is that? I've never heard of it. I can't do the Bart Simpson voice. I would have to practice that. I have no idea. I'd have to look at it. I haven't heard of it personally, sorry. You're just messing. That's fair, that's fair, that's fair. I'm too nervous for that. Be nice. Alright. I'm not the best obsessed with poetry. The Color Out of Space is a novel. I mean, I could read it in small parts and that would probably be fine, but... yeah, you are. You're fine, you're fine. Alrighty. You know, I don't think I've ever read The Raven myself, so I'm gonna do my best here. And my apologies if it's cringe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore. While I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this, and nothing more. Ah, distinctly I remember. It was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow. Vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels named Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with a fantastic terrors never felt before. No, I suck at this! No, I can't do this. This is terrible. I don't know the right pacing for this. No, I'm done. I am bunking that out of the bot entirely. It was horrible. Excuse me while I go cry in a corner now. The Chronicles of Narnia. I don't know. Sorry, that was garbage. Narnia will be public domain in 2045. Yeah, I'm not waiting that long. I don't know about that. I don't even know if I'll be a VTuber in all that time. That's a really long time. Nah, I'm too nervous to do the pacing right, and I'm not great with poetry at all. Anyway, bedtime stories. I think that's perhaps enough for me. I've made kind of I've made an embarrassment of myself now, so... Alright, I don't know what I should do anymore. I short-circuited my own brain. In 10 years, maybe we will have VTubers injected into our brain. Oh, that's... Would you want a VTuber injected into your brain? Oh, well, I have certainly embarrassed myself by trying to read that poetry. Man, I think my computer's a little mad at me today, huh? I don't know why I'm a little laggy, but it is what it is. Let's see if there's another short Sherlock Holmes one that's not too terribly long. No, they're all relatively lengthy. Well, chat. I only really planned to read a couple of Sherlock Holmes things, and, I kind of thought that would take me a little longer than it did. But it was an experiment. Yeah, we can absolutely now just do it just chatting. Let me change the stream titles to reflect that. Just for safety reasons, so people don't come in expecting me to still be reading a story and I'm not. Alrighty. I'm gonna save that there, then we can just chit-chat for a bit. And then I will change the title of the VOD later, obviously, because it's gonna have to change. How are all of you dazzlings? I hope that you've had a good start to your week. Did you have a good Easter? I went to see the Mario movie on Easter. Actually, it was a really good time. It might not have had the biggest, bestest plot in the entire universe, but honestly, I thought it was a pretty fun movie. I don't want to do spoilers. Yay, that's right, you did have the Sakura Kit Kats. I'm so glad I was able to get you your first throne gifts. Yeah, you've seen the movie, the Mario movie twice now. Have any of the rest of you gotten to see the Mario movie just yet? Alright, so next time we do a story time, I think I definitely should. Yeah, you did. In the VIP. Aww. Thank you, Inochi. You'll go see it eventually. Yeah, I highly recommend it. Next time I do a story reading time, I'm definitely gonna plan it more than the day before. Cause that's what I did. I planned story time last night when I was making the schedule, and then decided today what was my first story. So, a bit better planning next time. For sure, for sure. Yes, maybe you can do the Twitch suggestion, and I wish as a mod you could just set up the freaking raid for me. That would make my life easier, but yes, you can do my Twitch suggestion, and I will let Inochi suggest the YouTube ones for when we get to that point. But for now, it'll be fun to just chit-chat with you guys for a bit. Oh, can you? That would make my life easier. But yes, I tried to fix the settings for using my old iPhone as my webcam for my model. I think I got the mouth movements at least a bit better. It has a little bit of lag, but I think that's because I have it on using it as Bluetooth. Maybe that's the reason. But my other option would be to have it plugged into a USB port in the back. And I will have to figure that out later now that it's become just gonna be my dedicated VTubing camera. Yeah. Yay, awesome. That'll make life a little easier, at least on Purple Sight's side. Oof, I'm gonna take off my headphones for a little bit because my ears hurt. The one thing about having long pointed ears is headphones push weird, and they definitely end up hurting them if I wear them. And I really don't have a reason to wear them right now other than alerts. You have to look into a new phone now. So, my mom was nice enough to let me get a upgrade. And so now I have a 17E. I had to turn in an old phone that I haven't used for a while because before I was just buying used phones that were like refurbished off eBay. Um, because new phones are expensive and I usually don't feel like I need or deserve the latest and greatest, you know? You're secretly an elf. You have a point on your ears. Well, then you're not so secretly an elf. If anything, maybe you're half elf. Ah, really? That's cool. Yay! One of us! One of us! Yay! That's really awesome. But yeah, so this is my first time having a brand new phone in a really long time, and I didn't go for like this super Darwin's peak on each ear. I didn't go for this super like fancy model, but it's still awesome. The worst part is it was such a pain to get it to pair to my smartwatch because I don't have like a super ultra mega awesome smartwatch. It's not like an Apple Watch or anything. It's just an Amazfit Band 7 that I've had for years now, and it did not want to connect enough to send my notifications, and I've been fighting it for the past couple of days and I've been so frustrated. But I finally got it to work today, and I don't know what it was that actually made it work, but it's working now, so sure. Yeah, the used price is pretty intense. Which is part of why I don't own an Apple Watch, because even used, they're really expensive, and it's like, you know. You thought 100 to 150 max. Yeah! Unfortunately for me right now, that is still a bit much, to try to spend on, like, a smartwatch when I don't travel a bunch. I'm not like a business executive. I don't feel like I need something that super duper fancy, right? Alright, let me actually have some water because my mouth is dry like crazy from being so nervous. Sorry about that. Alrighty, chat. Let me ask, do you guys have a favorite book or a favorite book series? My favorite book series is, I would still have to say it's the original Dragonlance Chronicles. The original trilogy plus the fourth book that takes place many years later. For me, those would be my favorite. I don't know if those are super well known, but I love fantasy books. Magic and dragons and epic D&D style quests and everything. Those are the kind of books I like a lot. But what about you all? Your favorite manga that you've read, which is Orange. Gotcha. It's the only manga you read from start to finish. I read all of Chobits. That's a manga I have read from start to finish. I haven't also read any other manga from start to finish. I have read a web webtoon or two from start to finish. I read all of True Beauty, and I've read all of... What was the name of that one? Oh, it was a really good one. I did listen to Jurassic Park audiobook in January. Cool! I would love to do an audiobook sometime. Thankfully with audiobooks, you can do the recording in multiple takes, so even if you mess up, it's not as intimidating as trying to read a book out loud on a live stream. Let's see, what was the other webtoon, which I guess is a manhwa because it's from Korea, that I read all the way? Oh man, I need to catch up on some of them. I read all of True Beauty. I've read all of... Oh, what is it? Where are you on the list? Unholy Blood. That one's a good one too. And then I need to see if there's... I think I read all of My Deepest Secret too. If anyone wants to read if anyone wants a manga to read, I highly recommend Orange. Just have some tissues with you. Oh, is it a very, very emotional one? Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. I also read most of the manga Citrus until I dropped it. Ah. It's really good, though. There's also an anime. I haven't... The only anime I've actually watched lately has been stuff with vocal. And I don't remember the name of the first one we watched. We watched one. Oh, man. Oh, no. The Ancient Mage's Bride. Yeah, we watched that one. That was good. And right now we're watching Frieren. But we're watching it dubbed, which he prefers dubbed, so it's fine. I'm used to subbed anime most of the time. I can understand why he likes Frieren's English voice, because it's very quote-unquote, mommy, I guess people would say. Which is definitely a way to say it. Right? Because I don't know why it's very mommy. I don't know what makes... I don't know, man. Maybe it's a young person thing. When you're 348, it can be hard to understand some of the popular stuff like that, that's for sure. At the movie theater, one of the screens had Kiki's Delivery Service today. Man. Alright, Kiki's Delivery Service, I'm actually used to it in dub, because they used to play it on the Disney Channel, and that's where I first watched it, was on there, and that's actually a good dub. Honestly, even Princess Mononoke, that one had a really good dub too. I think I watched Ponyo dubbed and Spirited Away. The Studio Ghibli ones that got dubbed by, I think, Disney, were obviously really well done because they were backed by a decent place, or like a big, fancy, expensive company that had money to throw at it. That's what I'm trying to say. Yes, exactly. So those were good dubs. I would totally say they're worth watching as dubs, even still. Although I did watch Princess Mononoke again later in subbed. Now G-Kids does them. However, G-Kids still gets big name stars for Ghibli dub. Cool. I would love to be able to voice in a dub someday, or even just an original show. I need to play a game again where I can show off my voice acting skills, because it's been a bit since I've done that. Which means I definitely should get back to playing something like a visual novel, like, or something. I still have to finish the final case of the first Phoenix Wright game. I should try Coffee Talk. Did you want me to voice act the characters in Coffee Talk, or? True, there are so many characters. Phoenix Wright has a lot of fun and chaotic energy, which really allows me to play with the characters a bit, and that makes it pretty fun. That's why some of those streams are so long. My longest stream so far was doing an entire Phoenix Wright case, and it took 7 hours. But the characters in Phoenix Wright are so over the top that you really get to have a lot of fun if you're voicing the characters, because they're just so drama. So much drama. So many different personalities you get to put on, and that makes it a lot of fun. You think I could have fun with it? Alright, well, I will have to get to it, yeah. I have that problem of I have so many games, and I prefer that my game time is usually just stream time, because otherwise I don't take time to do other stuff that I want to do. So I don't really play a lot of games off stream, and then if I do, I feel like I'm wearing myself out on games a little too much. That's part of why I was like, nope, I'm gonna do only one game this week. I'll do 3 streams, but 2 of them are gonna be not video games. What I'd like to do sometime is do something cool, like an original story type thing. Like, alright, Shinri did that one thing recently. Obviously, it wouldn't go the same route, because that's not the kind of vibe I present as my VTuber. However, I think doing something story-wise would be really cool. And then just, like, do that, and that's it. That's the stream. Don't engage with the chat. Just read the thing, see if people like it, and see how it does. I don't know. I thought it was really cool how he did that, and was like, I want to do something that cool. That would be fun. I think that's sort of why I was like, yeah, I'm gonna read a bedtime story first. Sort of see how that kind of thing goes. Obviously, I wouldn't do like the creepy tsundere or whatever yandere thing that he did. Well, I mean, quote unquote, yeah, we're not getting into that. But yeah, if I can ever write a good enough kind of story that I can pull it off. And his stream was only like an hour long, so I mean, I guess it wouldn't be the end of the world if I just wrote something long enough to... Yandere Kyo would be a plot twist. A plot twist that costs me my fans. I'm not sure I would go that route. But yeah, I like the idea. I just don't know as a character, what kind of story would really fit super well? Most yanderes have pink hair in anime. I should see what's common for teal hair characters. I have not brushed up on anime tropes lately. But yeah, I think that I want to try that someday. It's gonna take me a while to figure out what, if anything, I want to actually do. And to get over the nerves of doing something I wrote. For a really long time, I have been sitting on this song that one of the Dazzlings sent me and wants to hear me sing, but I haven't felt like I'm a good enough singer to really do it, and I feel really guilty and nervous about it. It's not that I forgot about the song, it's just I'm afraid of ruining it. Teal hair, blue hair are normally the fan favorites. That's right. I should be everyone's fan favorite. Wah! But yeah, so I also have spent... Oh, I don't think you've heard of it. It was one that Kenny made. He sent me the instrumental and the lyrics, but the version of it that had the lyrics, like, sang by, I think, whatever app, aren't on his SoundCloud anymore. But I still remember how to sing it, so I've just been... Like, I have no audio mixing skills, and I've been looking into doing it so that I could at the very least send that to him. Because it's been weighing on my mind really heavily for months now. And I sometimes sing the song to Yaki, but I have that guilt of I failed. I should have done this sooner, but again, I just didn't feel confident or skilled enough to do it, and I didn't want to ruin it for him. You know, I know that's probably really silly, but I hold myself back a lot because I don't feel confidence. But I should just suck it up and figure it out and try to do it to the best of my ability because it's better than never doing it at all, right? Yeah. So, what about you guys? Have you had anything heavy-ish weighing on your mind lately? I know that's not super heavy. It's just a thing that's been there, you know? I try not to get in my own way, but yeah, I really do. I'm sure a lot of us do accidentally get in our own way. So I'm gonna do it. I don't know how long it's gonna take me, but I'm gonna hopefully get it done. Right? Yeah. So I'm gonna do my best to do it, and then send it to him with my apologies. And then after that, if I do decent enough, I want to start doing cover songs. I don't always have the best ability to record. I don't have a private place to record. Even my streaming place is not in a private place. So it's difficult. But I'm hoping I can make it work, even if it takes me longer than I want. There's a couple of songs in particular that I want to cover, not just that one. Well, that one I'm just gonna do it because, you know, he wanted to hear me do it originally. I don't know if he still does, but I want to. And then, eventually, I will do a cover song or two. Yeah. I've been in my own head lately too with intrusive thoughts. It's annoying and hard, but I keep trying to remind myself that they're just thoughts, even if I'm feeling a bit down. It can be hard, can it? Honestly, lately my schedule has been completely out of sorts because of insurance changes, and not having PT for a couple of weeks really kicked my butt. And not only physically, but the not going to appointments changed my established schedule, and I don't do good with changes to my routine in such severity. Like, I've had to change appointment times here and there, and that messes with me. But then, like, it being bonked entirely meant I had no reason to leave the house some days. And that's very weird because usually Wednesday is my day that I don't typically have to leave the house, but then it became like Monday and Tuesday and Thursday that I wasn't leaving the house also, so it's like, oh, this is bizarre. Small steps, big rewards. Yeah, that's my hope anyway. Alright, let's do a funnier topic for the fun of it. What is your favorite form of potato? I know, very random. I'm sorry that it's annoying and have to deal with that. Yeah. I don't do good with schedule changes last minute, and especially not when they throw off established routines. But yes, what is your favorite form of potato, or forms of potato, if you have more than one form of potato? Waffle fries! You love waffle fries. I can't remember the last time I had waffle fries. When was the last time I had waffle fries? Where can you even buy waffle fries around here? Man, I don't know if I've had waffle fries in a really long time. You know, I actually love tempura sweet potato, and though I don't have them often, sweet potato fries are really good. I don't go to Chick-fil-A. Tater tots loaded with chili cheese. Ooh, I haven't had that in a million years either. McDonald's hash browns. Alright, so if I'm gonna have McDonald's hash browns, at least half of it has to go on my breakfast sandwich, okay? And I like the sausage biscuit with egg, and then you put the hash brown on it, or at least like 2/3 of the hash brown goes on your sausage biscuit with egg, and then you eat all that together. But I don't have the biggest mouth. I mean, it's kind of big, it's fine, but like, so you have to squash it a little, then you take a giant bite and it's like but yes. A McDonald's hash brown does sound good, and I still want to try the Huntrix fries, the Huntrix ramen fries at McDonald's, but I kind of don't care enough to go spend my money to do it, so I haven't yet, even though I totally could. I like potatoes in soup, especially the potato sausage soup. Yeah, you're gonna get the Huntrix meal in Canada. But I can't believe they're making you wait until May. By then it's not even gonna be here, I think. I don't know. I don't know how long they do their promotions. I honestly don't eat a lot of fast food anymore. I used to. Now I just don't. You know what I want to try sometime? When I go to Canada, I want to try poutine. So McDonald's in the US are already sold out? A potato smiley. Oh, gods. Gods. I think it's been forever since I've had a potato smiley, like at least a decade. You're not allowed high sodium. Can you have them low sodium? Like, ask them for less salt and then have, like, a couple? Man, movie, when I go to Canada so we can ride roller coasters, you gotta take me for poutine, and then we gotta go to that Japanese hot dog stand for takoyaki and a hot dog of some sort. You can't have coffee because of sodium? Oh, is your blood pressure trashed? Aw, darn. You can have McDonald's do the fries with less salt. Ooh, cardiac, respiratory, and pulmonary issues. I would need at least 3 days. Yeah! So 3 days in Canada, at least a week in Japan. I've gotta get that. I gotta put in that application for a freaking passport. And then I'm gonna disappear. I'm just kidding. Oh, stage 1. Oh, yeah. I used to have high cholesterol and hypertension also, but I do not have either of those problems anymore. Thankfully, I was able to work on losing weight, and that helped, and I work out a bit, so that also helps. For a time, I also took beetroot powder to help me with my, blood pressure. That one really helped because, I had problems with some of the prescription meds, so I was taking some supplements to help me, and I'm not going to give health advice on stream. That is a very bad idea. But I looked into more natural kind of methods to work on it. Yeah, I also eat more vegetables, so that helps. Actually, after stream, I'm gonna have a dinner and I'm gonna have a salad, so you were able to bring your sodium level down, and you lost weight walking, which helps a lot. Yay! That's awesome. I hope that that goes well for you, movie. That you get to go walking in the trails and stuff. You allow yourself one cheat day every 2 weeks. Gotcha. I allow myself little cheat moments every day as long as I try to be very careful with having high protein and good fiber. Those are 2 really big important things. I did have help from a nutritionist and working closely with my doctor, but over the past 2 years, I have lost a significant amount of weight, which is nice. Now I'm just trying to figure out, alright, how do I just maintain it for a couple of years so that my body gets used to it being the baseline now instead of my previous really high weight being the baseline that it wants to be at, you know? But yeah, I still let myself have things. That was one of the problems that I was having in my last relationship is he ate a lot of really bad foods, and I also ate a really lot of bad foods because social eating is a big thing, right? And it felt like, yeah, let's just have these things because that's one of the only things we did together anymore was eating really bad for you food. And I eventually was just like, no, I don't want high cholesterol. I don't want high blood pressure. I don't want to be this big and have to buy bigger clothes all the darn time. And I don't want to look the way I look when I look in the mirror or see pictures of us. And I'm not okay with this. So I decided to just drastically cut down on everything because I'm not getting any younger, you know? It's like, man, I'm 348 now. Well, back then I was 340, six. Yeah, 346. And I was like, nah, I don't like this path. How am I supposed to make it older if I don't take care of myself? And I know some people last a really long time not taking very good care of themselves, but I didn't want that, you know? So I've worked pretty hard at it. It can be hard. When I got my chicken strips and fries and asking for no veggies. I don't know about that. I'm just, for my real life age, I'd say I'm pretty average. I'm just a gal, you know, just pretty average woman around my age. Nothing too remarkable or anything. I mean, I have blue hair, darker than Kiyomi's hair, but you know, just a gal. Aw. I mean, that's really not terrible for 5 foot, almost 5'8". I mean, maybe like 20 pounds and or something. I don't know. I'm not a nutritionist, and given that you're a guy, you have different kind of like height and weight standards than I do. I think so, but I also tend to overcorrect and maybe go a little too overboard sometimes. But yeah, it's a work in progress every single day. You'll round up on your license, yeah. My last license picture was taken when I was over 200 pounds. So I look wildly different than my license picture, so I should really fix that, except for a few years ago I paid for an 8-year license, and it's just the same picture, so I don't know. Yes, the world really does treat women a heck of a lot more harshly. We're held to pretty impossible standards, like when a guy starts to go gray, it's like, oh, he's a silver fox. When a woman starts to go gray, it's like, oh, she's getting old. Like, we call 30-year-old women hags, and 30-year-old men are still babies, I guess? Like, what? I don't know. Like, knowing that 30-year-olds get called a hag and being the age I am, it's like, the fart does that make me then, bro? Like, holy moly. I don't know. I don't know. Peach in the Mario movie. I can't be angry. But alright, can we not be angry together? And then they go around kicking stuff and oh, that was so sweet. If only, you know, finding someone supportive like that with man. I'm good not dating though. I'm at the point where I've had enough relationships with guys that are all pretty much the emotional maturity of a teenager in a lot of ways, and it's like I can't do it anymore. Like I don't want to be having to do that kind of stuff. Yeah, let's kick stuff together. Absolutely. But yeah, I'm to the point now where I want to be myself and I want to have fun and I don't want to have to be the personal manager and caretaker of another adult who kind of just wants to take a backseat to life. And I can't, you know? If you're in a partnership, you should want to grow together and work on being as much of the best version of yourself as you can be. It shouldn't just be, well, I got you now, so we're just gonna... You can take care of everything. Like, man, I don't want to take care of everything. I don't even want to take care of everything for myself, and I already have to. What makes you think I want to do it for another person? That's me is driven crazy over my lack of social understandings, and sometimes I tend to be a bit too much of an edgy late teenager. That's not what I mean. I mean, that part I get. I also have autism, so lack of social understandings I get. It's the, you know, you trash your bedroom, you don't clean up after yourself, you eat like you're 12 and don't realize that you're now in your 30s, approaching 30s, and it's wrecking your body and you're not doing anything, and then you don't take the medicine that the doctor wants to give you, and then you don't go to your doctor's appointments, and you don't make your doctor's appointments, and you don't do anything because you expect me to remind you and get you there, and nope, I'm done with that. Yeah, you should come first. If you're in a partnership, though, you've got to remember that it's not just you, you know? That's one of the problems is if you're in a relationship and it's a serious relationship, it's not just you against the world and you get to do whatever and you don't have to think about what your actions or inactions do. You should think about what you do and don't do and how that affects your partner. And if you don't do that, if you can't do that, if you refuse to do that, just, you're not ready to fully be in a relationship. And it's okay to be able to admit that, but just, you know, just be able to admit that. Your consciousness-free trial has expired. Alrighty, Tops. Well, Yasumi, thank you so much for hanging out tonight. I hope you get some good sleep. Bye-bye. Hello, Ika. I hope you are doing well. Welcome on in. How are you today? Yeah, so for me, Inochi, it's that, but in reverse. Although the women I've dated have also done the same thing, so it's just kind of like, I haven't had good luck either way. Dating a man or a woman, it hasn't really gone in my favor. So for now, I just want to live my life. I want to enjoy VTubing, I want to enjoy being Kyo, I want to make new experiences, I want to do things that I've wanted to do but never been able to do, and at the end of the day, I want to go to bed snuggling the cats I want to snuggle with my bedroom door slightly open and not having to have it fully closed because I'm only allowed one cat in the bedroom. I also can eat vegetables without somebody going, ugh, ugh. And then, like, not wanting to be around because vegetables. Exactly. You know what? I am also somewhat disorganized. I'm not gonna say I'm not without flaws. Like, absolutely do I have flaws and downsides, but absolutely do I try my best to deal with them in the best way possible. Aw, does she not want to stream more? Honestly, I wish I could stream more, but the job I got back in November takes a lot out of me energy-wise. So depending on how things go with this ability, because I do have an attorney now to help me actually get on disability for all of my problems, because you know how that whole process is an absolute nightmare. I'm hoping I'll be able to dedicate more time to it and less to being stressed about being able to survive, but we'll see. Ah, you know, I am too. Honestly, before every stream, it takes me an hour to set up because a good portion of that is hyping myself up to be able to do it. And then sometimes my getting started screen goes on for a while because I am having to breathe and hype myself up and convince myself to actually go fully live. Worried someone might take something out of context and have it backfire. Me too. I am terrified that one of these days, a bad mood or me reading something wrong or me misinterpreting something wrong is gonna just be taken weird, and that it's all gonna fall apart. That I've done this for a year and 3/4, and that at any moment I'm gonna screw it up. Wow! That is awesome! I wish I could set things up properly for karaoke streams, but I always feel like, honestly, I do pretty badly at them. It's part of why I haven't done another actual one in a while is I don't know. I'm always disappointed in how I sound. Sure, go for it. But yeah, no, I get being nervous and I get being unconfident, and it's probably what's holding me back. It's probably why I am still, I don't know. I don't know what it takes to get really noticed and out there and seen, because some people explode and I look at it and go, what makes that happen? What makes one VTuber explode in popularity in no time? And what makes some of us just kind of not? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. When I played Pokopia, I did make it a big silly when I said, I need more pee-pee. Well, if they didn't call it pee-pee, it wouldn't be so silly. That's their fault. I think when I was playing Red, it was also pee-pee in Red. And then I make the joke about, Ho proficiency in Stardew Valley. I know that I am, for the most part, as say-so as I possibly can be, right? And I try really hard. Yep, PowerPoints, PP. I know how to push yourself out there more and help build an audience, but it can't be one-sided, and people have to be willing to put in the work. Right. I am very, where is a step-by-step, like, guide so that I can try to follow that, because there's a lot of info out there, but a lot of info gets intimidating, and then I'm like, you know? And Dinah was there and she said, "You need more what now?" "Yeah, you need more pee-pee." I am so excited. My Pokopia finally shipped. Fogel got me Pokopia, and then Movie Nopeson and Fogel got me, frickin' the Switch too, and I am so excited to be able to play those. I can give advice, but if someone isn't willing to try and listen, then neither they may languish or they may get lucky and hit the YouTube lottery, right? I don't know how one hits the YouTube lottery, but it would be interesting. Right! We can visit each other on Pokopia. I'm hoping I can also get Mario Kart World, because that would be so much fun. I know one thing I gotta do is make more shorts, and I should probably make more actual video content and not just stream. I have been trying to think of video content that I want to do. That's a work in progress with everything else. I don't even have to hit the lottery. I just need to find things that work consistently that I enjoy doing. That's where I'm a little stuck, but I'm hoping I can get there, you know? And I also, like I said before, I want to work on being able to do cover songs. But yeah. Man, if I'm gonna win any lotto, I should play the actual lotto again, because I haven't done that in months. Yeah, you were playing Mario Kart World yesterday and it looked like so much fun. It's expensive though, but I should try to get it. I should try to get. How much is it on Amazon? I know everything on Throne gets more expensive. Mario Kart World is $80. Yeah, it's $80. Wow. But realistically, the best thing you could do is work hard and put in the work. That's how I feel like I got to 1K, besides making... Yeah, exactly. I want to be able to figure... Yeah, they made it 80 because F you, that's why, basically. Want to figure out things that I enjoy doing that my audience enjoys watching or listening to or experiencing from me. So I have been slowly trying to whittle down, like, what do I enjoy? What do I want to do? What can I do more of? What should I do less of? But it's a lot, because I also have to do that amongst a million other things every single week, which I know a lot of other people do too. I'm just very slow on the uptake sometimes. Making connections is the hard part. I chronically feel like a burden and a bother, and I don't want to, you know? And then I get nervous about writing out to people that aren't the same few people every time. Well, charge what the game is worth. Motto starting with Yoshi. Oh man, that Yoshi popcorn bucket. I want one, but the shipping is so absolute booty. The popcorn bucket is $50 on the website, and the shipping is $25 for a flippin' popcorn bucket. I don't want to pay $25 in shipping for a popcorn bucket just because I can't get one in town. Oh, it's so cute though. Maybe someday somebody will have bought one and then decide that they don't really want it and they'll donate it to a thrift store and I'll be lucky enough to spot it before anybody else, and then I can have a cute Yoshi with an egg popcorn bucket. But I'm not going to be paying $75. 79? It was like 70 something dollars for it. Ugh! I know! It's crazy that it was more expensive here and you guys got it cheaper because usually things in Canada are more expensive than here. But I bet part of it is to do with political situations and the stinky war right now. Which is... it's a worry, chat. That's a worry. I know! Even at the theater it was $50. What do you mean $50 for a popcorn bucket? No thank you. Speaking of popcorn, chat, how do you like your popcorn? Not just at a theater, but if you have popcorn, how do you like your popcorn? Do you like sweet popcorn, like caramel corn, or kettle corn, or do you like salty, savory popcorn? I like kettle corn. Fresh kettle corn is 20 out of 10. If I can get fresh kettle corn, I'm gonna get fresh kettle corn. I love caramel corn, but I don't have it very often. And if I'm gonna have salty popcorn, I like white cheddar popcorn. But yeah, what do you guys like? Just finished door dashing. Yay! I hope you had a nice and productive night door dashing. I hope you got some good tips, cause NTVs are no fun. Usually with butter, when I get it at the theater, I get it layered. I also love the white cheddar popcorn flavoring. When we went to the movie on Sunday, I brought a baggie of white cheddar popcorn seasoning in my purse so that we could put it on the popcorn. Because I didn't just want their plain, somewhat buttered popcorn. Cheddar, white cheddar, normal, and Christmas caramel corn. Is there a difference between regular caramel corn and Christmas caramel corn? Because if there is, I have to know. Because I might need to try that. At the theater I go to, I know they have seasoning for the popcorn, but it costs extra. Exactly. You can buy the seasoning, but I already have it in the house because people are obsessed with it. Christmas is just covered in caramel. Normal is just dusted caramel. What? Dusted caramel seasoning? I don't think I've had one that's just dusted in a caramel seasoning. I'm used to it being coated. Oh man, chat. I tried making caramel corn so many times when I was younger, following a recipe in our, like a really old cookbook, right? And I could never freaking manage. I don't know if I was just using the wrongest of popcorn, but every time when I tried to put the caramel on top, it just sort of made the kernels like melt. It made no sense, but honestly, I haven't tried to do that in at least 20 years. So I wonder if I could manage it now. I don't know. Usually I just buy caramel popcorn now. You know what's really good? Chocolate drizzled caramel corn. I love chocolate. And crunchy. Your Nona used to make popcorn in a stove, but instead of using a pot like you're supposed to, she would make it in a frying pan. I mean, I guess if you're making only a small amount, that might work. The seasoning where you're at is free. I am jealous. I am jealous because the theaters here charge you. Well, alright. They do have a shaker of salt and a shaker of, like, buttery powder. But if you want, like, the super yummy flavors, like the white cheddar and stuff, you'd have to pay for it. And, no, she made a lot of them. Oh, no. Grandma, why? I don't have any crazy grandparent antics because I don't know most of my grandparents. Most I hadn't seen since I was really little, and then one I didn't meet until I was like a teenager, and then I only saw her like once. And yeah, so I don't have any of those kind of stories. Today at the theater, it was taco and tequila Tuesday. Right! You went to a grown-up fancy VIP theater thing, so you could totally have alcohol at a theater. I don't drink, so I don't know. So, along with the line of chocolate drizzled caramel popcorn, do you guys have a favorite chocolate bar? If you like chocolate, or candy bar, or just candy in general if you're not a chocolate fan, I suppose. I'm not huge on white chocolate anymore. They used to have a white chocolate candy bar back in the day. Hershey's did. I don't remember what it was called. They had one, and it was so much better. They had the Alpine White. Oh my god. So the Alpine White was amazing. That wasn't Hershey's, that was Nestle. Hershey's had like a golden one? Like a golden... And it was so good. What was it called? Wasn't there like a special gold one once upon a time? I don't know, but it was good. Hello, Dog Giver. Thank you. Kinder Surprise, Kit Kat Arrows, and cookies and cream. Right. The chocolate Smarties. I haven't had those since a long time. There was an older Hershey's bar, not the cookies and cream, like once upon a time. They had a white chocolate bar that was really, really good. They don't have it anymore, but it was so good. Maybe it was just the Alpine White, but that was a Nestle one. I swear to God, I remember one. I rarely go to the theater anymore. It's just really, really too expensive. We have a discount theater, that they also get the movies at the same time as the normal theater. So we just go there. And then we make sure to go at matinee times to get a lower price. Yeah. So 5 of us went to the movies. So we needed 5 tickets, and then we got 2 things of popcorn that came with 2 sodas, so 4 sodas, because I don't drink a lot of sodas, just a few sips, so I just shared, right? And that was like 70? So it wasn't super terrible considering it was 5 of us. I will say that I did sneak in a couple of candies in my purse from the dollar store because their candy prices are insane, but I try to make up for it by buying my drinks and popcorn from the theaters, so at least they do make some money because theaters don't actually make money off of ticket sales. They make money off of concessions. So I try to make sure that I buy some concessions at the movie so that they're actually making a decent amount of money. We used to have a discount theater nearby, but they now have been taken over by a company that only plays Bollywood films. Bollywood films look exciting. I haven't watched one, but I should. Unless it's a movie I really want to see and I really want to go to support, I don't go to the movie anymore. Ah, that's fair. I mean, I'm not huge on theaters. So I only go if it's really a movie I absolutely want to see and I don't want to wait. The Deadpool movies, I went to the theaters. Detective Pikachu, I've gone to the theaters. All of the Sonic movies, I've gone to the theaters. And for the 2 Mario movies, I have gone to the theater. But of all the movies that have come out lately, those are it. Yeah, I'm not huge on big crowds, and I don't know. I like being comfy at home, and theaters aren't quite as comfy as being at home wearing my jammies and no bra. So, but yeah, also the expense. And I don't really have like IRL friends to go to a movie with. Like, I just go with my family. That's who I went with on Sunday. So we just, for our Easter, I made little baskets kind of ish for people, and we saw movies, so, and we had coffee, per usual. Except for Nico, who doesn't like coffee, so they have cocoa. Hi, kitties. Oh, did I startle you by scratching your booty? Aww, I startled the baby. What are you doing? That's not charging very well. That's bizarre. Maybe the cable sucks. I don't know. Sorry, lost tracking for a second there. My hair did something funny. Cocoa is... I don't know. I don't like hot drinks, so I don't drink hot cocoa. Wearing a chesticle bracer is very uncomfortable. Extremely uncomfortable, yes. Especially when you have disc issues in your upper back and neck area, like I do. Yes, bras are a nightmare. That's good. Yeah, I used to when I was younger, but for some reason, warm drinks just make my insides feel uncomfortable, which is weird because I like warm soup and stew, but for some reason, I just don't with drinks. I even tried that one ito and green tea warm, and I didn't like it, and I've been too afraid to try it cold, but I really should. Just because, like, I'm trying to find a tea that maybe I would like. I thought you don't like soup. Am I misremembering? Because I swear to goodness, I thought you don't like soup, movie. What? I'm confused. Oh no. Do you, chat, have a type of food that you like? Oh, that's right. You like just plain chicken noodle soup, yeah. Do you have foods that you will only eat certain times of year? Like, I have some very specific, weird kind of food things, right? Like, when it's cold weather, I absolutely will eat soups and stews because they're nice and warming and they keep really well. Honestly, beef stew is 1,000 times better the second and third day and not as great the first day. But like, soup and stew when it's cold. So if the weather is cold enough, I will eat it then. But I won't eat it really when it's hot. Because then it makes my insides feel weird. And things like Ferrero Rocher and Christmas crack and baklava, I only really eat around Christmas time. And then, even though I have like a little shaved ice machine and I totally love Hawaiian shaved ice, I tend to only want it if it's warm enough. But I will eat ice cream year-round, and I will drink iced coffee year-round. It doesn't matter if it's like 15 below in Fahrenheit outside, I'm having iced coffee. And if I'm ordering hot coffee, then the people at the coffee shop know that something is up. Because I've done it a couple of times, and because like I'll come up and they'll notice me and they'll be like, "Hi, you want your usual today?" And I'm like, "Actually, I'm gonna do this." And they're like, oh my god, are you okay?" And it's like, it's one of those days, but it's very like, oh, what's wrong with her that she's ordering hot coffee? And gingerbread cookies will only be at Christmas time. Ah, that's fair, yeah. Like the cringy gingerbread house that is made over in Canada. I know, me drinking hot coffee, you know stuff has gone down if Kiyomi Okada is drinking hot coffee. Or, in very rare circumstances, if I'm stuck in a waiting room at a hospital or something because somebody's in a surgery or something else, and that's my only option, then I will have a cup of the free, like, coffee in the waiting room. But if I am paying for hot coffee, then, you know, stuff has gone down. You looked up the address, and it was close to you. Atsumi's 3 favorite things: coffee, bread, and spaghetti. Ooh, very nice, very nice. I like Hokkaido cream bread. Those little Hokkaido cream bread rolls that I can get. The D+ ones. The store nearby ran out of them at one point, but I'm so glad that I had a couple backup ones because I was very sad. And then I went the other day and they had 3, so I took all 3 of them. I should make a Japanese cheesecake. It's been a really long time since I've made one. They're kind of a pain in the butt. And I've not made one since I've gotten a newer oven. So I'm not sure what adjustments I might have to make. But I should totally make one. If I had a good enough laptop, which I don't. I mean, maybe I could use Crimson's. Do a stream making a Japanese cheesecake or something. I don't know. Because a lot of it is just waiting. Bagels, donuts, pizza, cinnamon toast. Ah. France has a really good cinnamon swirl bread that makes some baller French toast. It is so good as French toast. And donuts. Oh man, I love a good fresh donut with chocolate glaze. Oh my god. There's a donut place nearby that does chocolate mousse in some donuts with like, it's chocolate glazed donuts and then there's like a chocolate whipped mousse. They are an absolute dream. I love them. I wonder if they have any right now. They're 24-hour again. I should see if they have one. I will make the drive. No, I was gonna have a salad. I haven't eaten very much today, so My goal was I'll do my short stream, and then I'm gonna have a salad, and I'm gonna behave, and I'm gonna have more protein, but now I want a donut! Yeah, I love donuts. Donuts are so good. Pizza. I have unfortunately some heartburn issues, so pizza and I aren't as big of friends as we used to be. I eat it sometimes still, but not nearly as much as I did. Cake, toast, pancakes. Oh man. Good cake is good. When you get a donut, you always get vanilla dip. Oh, just like vanilla icing? Gotcha. I love chocolate. I absolutely love chocolate. And a raised donut with chocolate glaze is just so flippin' good. I need to have vanilla icing and sprinkles. Very classic, very nice. Chocolate with sprinkles, chocolate with mousse. Oh yeah. At one point, they had limited edition mocha mousse, so it was coffee and chocolate, and oh, so good. Oh yeah, they have the Simpsons one. I haven't watched the Simpsons in a million years. I mean, I don't actually remember what year it was last time I watched the Simpsons, but I used to watch it. I used to not ever miss an episode, so... and then I just don't know what happened. Huh. I don't know why I just stopped watching it. Oh, is it like an edible one or like a statue one? Yeah, I can't believe they're having another movie. I never even watched the original movie. By then I did not care about The Simpsons anymore and just didn't watch it. And I haven't watched any of the show really, aside from every now and again at random, YouTube will be like, here's a Simpsons clip. Do you want to watch it? And I'll be like, okay. But why are you recommending this? But I guess, maybe, sure, fine. And then I'll watch a couple random Simpsons clips and then it disappears for a few years and then it happens again and it's like, what is with the algorithm here? I don't get it. If it's edible, you get it at Larva Donuts like in the show. Alright, that's actually kind of cute. I've never been to Universal Studios though, so that might be why I'm not fully aware. Speaking of yummy things, and this might be a weird topic, but if you are on death row... I know, just hear me out. If you were on death row, just go with me, alright? What would be your last meal? I don't know, I'm bouncing a bit all over the place, but yeah, what would be your last meal if you were on death row? When I saw the first movie in theaters, I dragged my dad along and he thought he was going to hate it and really did not want to go, but in the end he loved it. That's good, that's good. A ton of nice seafood. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, heck yeah. I'd want, like, a pound shellfish just so I die of anaphylactic shock. There you go. Go out on your own terms. Don't let the man take you down, Inochi. Yes. For me, I'd want crab legs, lobster tail, my favorite sushi. I'd want okonomiyaki. I'd want takoyaki. I'd want an entire Japanese cheesecake, a couple of my favorite donuts, a giant iced coffee, and then I would take all frickin' day to eat. And then they'll have to put off the execution until the next day because I'm still eating. Although in Canada we don't have death row, so that won't happen to me. I don't know. With how the world is anymore, man. I don't know. You never know. They ain't shocking me on the deathbed until I'm fried. Let's go. I'd have a slice of banana bread because, oh well, who cares if my allergies are gonna kick my butt? I'm gonna go happy. Yeah. I know. What is that conversation topic? We don't know. If you could eat anything right now, it just magically, you could wish it in front of you, what would it be and why? For me, I would have some tamago nigiri. I would have some crab legs. I would have one of those yummy chocolate mousse donuts. And I think that would be good. I've had king crab legs once, and they were not as good as the usual snow crab legs I have, and I don't know why. Yeah, snow crab legs are the ones that I always have because I had king crab legs once, and they just were not nearly as good. Oh, yes, takoyaki. Every time you get takoyaki, I'm like, I should make some. I have takoyaki in the freezer. And then guess what I don't do? Make myself freaking takoyaki. I should do so. But it's like almost 2 o'clock in the morning and I don't really want to wait for takoyaki. And I told myself I was going to eat a salad, so I need to eat vegetables, right? Takoyaki does sound pretty darn yummy, though. Yeah, you tease me with takoyaki pictures. It's so mean. You know what I want? I want a spam musubi. I had a spam musubi from Seattle, Aruajimaya, that also had tamagoyaki on it, and it was a really good combo. And then I had an onigiri with mentaiko, and that was pretty good. I kind of like making my own onigiri when we have tonkatsu, because then I put some tonkatsu inside and it's super yummy. Mackinac fudge, ooh. You would start with your favorite craft beers as a 6-pack, a Little Caesars pizza, a dozen of those fancy brownies. I would be a little more, and then the Mackinac fudge. I have never tried a fancy brownie. I have had chocolates though, and gummies and mints. Chocolates are a good way to go. They can be really helpful for anxiety and pain, but they cost a metric fart ton, and I am allergic to spending too much money on myself. I mean, takoyaki is so good, so I just need to tease you with it. Mods! Mods! I need a mod here, I'm being bullied! Oh wait, you are a mod. Let me just tell you, nobody makes fudge better in the Midwest, let alone in the entire world, better than Mackinac Island. I'll have to try it sometime. It's been a while since I've had some really good fudge. That is true. I will find a way. I will find a way to pay you back for teasing me with takoyaki. by teasing you with a yummy donut or something. I don't know. Do you guys want to? I'm gonna share a link of a song that I am going to eventually, if I can get it done right, do a cover of. No, I don't want the karaoke. Well, I mean, I do for when I eventually do the cover. But this is the song that I am eventually gonna try to cover when I get around to it. Thank you for the coffee redeem. I am sadly almost out of this half of my coffee. The other half is in the fridge. I do kind of need to get up to do at least an idle meeting somewhat soon. I am doing the back and forth wiggle of discomfort, so... Mackinac Island. The only way to get to it is to go to Michigan, take a boat to the island, and then buy it for $9 a bar of fudge, or I'd ask for a loaf of Mackinac fudge on my deathbed, which that alone would buy me a ton of extra time. Fair enough. Yeah, it's a great song. Oh my god, I've been singing it to Yaki a lot lately too. But I love that nostalgic kind of vibe that song has. It feels very Linkin Park. It speaks to my millennial, somewhat emo soul, you know? Sorry about that. Hello, Rockin'. How are you? Yeah, it does. It takes a whole 8 hours to make an entire loaf. It is exceptionally high quality. Wow. That is a very long time. I'm not too bad. How are you? Thank you for coming on in tonight. Wee! Oh. Ooh. Chat, you all should do a posture check if you are shrimping. Get some wiggles to get some of that crunching. A bit tired, but I'm hanging in there. How was your week so far? I am also tired, and to be perfectly honest, I have one heck of a headache. It is kind of kicking me right in the forehead and stuff. So tired and I have a headache, but not too bad so far for the start of the week. Oi, no. Do not chew on the plastic Amazon pack. No. No. What about no means continue to try to chew on the plastic Amazon package, young man? Get your fuzzy little butt. No. 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 Well, I mean, it's almost 2 a.m., so it wouldn't exactly be a nap. I know. Kitties think plastic is so tasty. If they are in town, it will take them 1.5 hours. I remember the one time when I was at Wonderland as a kid, my sister, they were playing Are You Ready by 3 Day Grace, and I sang it pretty much the rest of the day. Stop it. Stop! Go, get away from plastic. What are you doing? Why are you oh, shoot. You guys need secondary dinner, huh? Alright. Yes, the kitty does macro plastic at this point. Alright. I am going to do a quick be right back. I need to do an idle meeting, and I need to feed the kitties so that they'll stop going after plastic bags. Because I have a couple of things still sitting in an Amazon package, and he's being feral and kind of a butt cheese. So, I will be right back. Alrighty, I have returned. Thank you so much for your patience. Yay! I got pain meds. And I got a little more coffee. You have pocket cookies. What are pocket cookies just cookies you kept in your pocket? So now they're crumbs? Or are they something very specific? And thank you. Thank you for the welcome. Maybe I'm too quiet now. I don't know. If I am too quiet, I am very sorry. Good. Alright. And pain meds time. Yay. I want a chocolate chip cookie now from McDonald's. I want a donut. I really should. Maybe I should call them and see if they have a donut. They're open. I'll call and see in my Kyo voice if they have a donut. Like, not break character. Ask them if they have the donut that I want. That would be funny. Or weird. They might be like, what the frick? Why is an anime character calling us? I don't know. That might be too cringe even for me. Honestly, I would love a phone call from an anime girl. Should I call like this? Alright. Let's see. This is gonna be funny. This is gonna be weird. But if a woman answers, they're gonna be very like, what the F? I just know it. That's okay, because if I go there, they'll be like, they have no idea. Well, I mean, if I order the same thing, they're gonna possibly know it's me. We'll see. Maybe. Alright, I'm gonna give it a try. Well, you know, what if they don't answer the phone because it's 2 a.m.? Hi there. I was wondering, do you have any of the donuts with the chocolate mousse right now? The chocolate mousse inside? Oh, okay. Darn. That's okay. Alright, thank you. Bye. Aw, darn, they don't have it, but, he didn't react negatively. Oh my god, that's so funny. Sadly, no chocolate mousse-filled donut for me. Darn! There's a lot of places not open at 2 a.m. And for years, because of the pandemic, they were not closed. They were not 24-hour for quite a few years. And then recently they're like, guess what? We're going to be 24-hour again. And I was like, oh, I can get my favorite donut at 2 a.m. Even though you don't have a location in town anymore, I have to drive over to the other town. I'm gonna do it. They do not have what I want. So sad, so sad. But there we go. I called a donut shop in my Kyo voice. There's something special about a night drive to get snacks. Exactly! the other night I went to a grocery store at like 1 o'clock in the morning on a Discord phone call. I honestly prefer going to stores at stuff later in the night / early in the morning, right? So it's so sad that they don't have it though. Your girl wants a chocolate mousse donut. I mean, I could just learn how to make it myself, but I mean, who wants to figure out a recipe to make like a single donut? I mean, it'd be kind of hilarious, but if I lived in a bigger city, we'd probably have more 24-hour places. It is super good. If you love chocolate, like, it's a raised donut with chocolate glaze on top, and then it's got a chocolate whipped mousse that they cut into the donut, and they like stuff it in there, and oh my god. It's like the donut of my dreams. Why stuff at one donut? Why not make a dozen? That's fair. I've never made donuts that aren't just like the... Okay, I don't know if this is everywhere, but like Chinese buffets over here have these little donuts that are basically just deep fried little canned biscuits that they then shake up with sugar, right? And they're super yummy, but like that's the only donut I've ever made, aside from once where I made gluten-free donuts because I did gluten-free for a year, because I heard back in the day, like when it was a huge fad that everybody was saying would fix all of these ailments. It does not, by the way, fix everything ever. I made gluten-free donuts once and it didn't go super good, but other than that, I have not made donuts from scratch. But it could potentially be a fun stream to make donuts. So, did you have fun? Cool. Yep. I'm just chatting now, so I'm not still reading stories. Apple ball donuts. I like apples, but I do not like cooked apples. Apples need to be fresh to be good, so I don't like cooked fruit. And apples are pretty much one of the only fruits I do eat. You've had way too many gluten-free donuts. I tried making gluten-free raised donuts, and it was like, I don't know. They're not cooked apples? They're not like apple fritter. I have the ability to speak. No, I don't. Wee! Thank you! What is Power Fiesta?
Oh, trail mix.
Ah, you had Easter candy too.
An egg.
A Cadbury cream egg or a Cadbury caramel egg? Ooh!
I didn't eat it yet. We also had ice cream.
I have not had apple donuts other than people being like, "You like apples? Have an apple fritter," and then it has chunks of apples, and I don't like it. Ooh, I haven't had one of those forever.
They have actually a decent amount.
What was it at? Winco?
Super one.
Super one.
They have a good sushi selection too. And they've got pork buns.
I've had a bow from there, but it was
great.
years. Oh no, it was Safeway's that was bad. I could try.
No, they looked good.
I called the donut shop in my Kyo voice to ask if they had a donut that I want. They don't have it, but it was funny. The guy didn't react bad, but it was funny. Yeah, Nick's got candy.
I almost got donuts from Super One because they had chocolate bars with almond slivers or chocolate bars with coconut on top. And I was like, they also have maple versions of those, but like they look so good, and
That
it's like
sounds so
$1
good.
for a donut. That's
That is really good.
yeah, it's still cheaper to get a dozen, but like
Oh, yeah.
it's like I could spend 98 cents on a donut, but they got some of the premium pints for like $3 instead of 6 or 7.
Oh, what did you get? Did you get ice
Yes, well, we got
cream?
like the black and
Hi,
white
hi,
cookies as
hi.
an ice cream.
Yeah. Oh, hey, please don't.
So like vanilla with chocolate swirl and then like cookie bits.
Ooh.
So not quite cookies and cream. It was a good switch up because I usually just get the same flavors, but you know, if it was the last option at an event or a party or something, I'd still go for it. But I don't think I'd go out of my way to buy it too frequently.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But like,
Yeah.
it hit the spot.
They're made of apples, but they don't have apple chunks.
Apple fritters.
They have fresh and deep apple flavor. What? An apple donut without apple chunks? They're made of apples, but they don't have chunks. Huh. I've never tried them. Maybe sometime. I don't know. Texture issues. I can't. It's why I can't eat like oatmeal the way most people eat oatmeal. So I just don't eat oatmeal. I've heard you can just blend oats into like oat flour and use it in things and it's still healthy, but I haven't done it. Yeah, it was like a cookies and cream ice cream, but different than normal cookies and cream ice cream. So even when it comes to ice cream, I like chocolate ice cream. Just give me chocolate, pretty much. The answer to everything is give Kyo chocolate! Yay! That's why I was super, super happy when Plague Bunny bought me the yummy chocolates for Valentine's Day. So yummy. Chocolate, oh my god, the chocolate chip muffins, yes. But they're huge, and so therefore huge in calories. But maybe if I make some mini ones, then I can be like, I can have one and it's not a huge deal. That's what I should do. That's what I should do. You still haven't had that Arrow ice cream. Oh my god, Movie. You were gonna try that on stream, I thought. You recently bought a pack of them. If only someone would help you eat them. You could also just freeze them and then just thaw one when you want one. They're really good warmed up with some vanilla ice cream. True facts. They make a yummy dessert. That's true. You did have the Sakura Kit Kat on stream, but you could have the yummy ice cream Arrow on stream too. Like, I had the yummy chocolates from Plague Bunny on stream. Yeah, you should. You should try the movie. My go-to ice cream. It depends on where I'm at. So from Winco, there's this Kona coffee ice cream that's super yummy. If I'm at Baskin Robbins, I like Jamocha almond fudge. Mocha almond fudge is really good. Coffee plus chocolate. I mean, it's a match made in heaven. I love mocha. Chocolate and coffee. Yum, yum, yum. There's chocolate moose tracks is really good. They have regular moose tracks, mint moose tracks, and chocolate moose tracks. And chocolate moose tracks is amazing. Chocolate. Chocolate, and more chocolate. Basically, the answer is chocolate. But, like, plain chocolate is fine. But, like, chocolate with stuff in it is even better. Baskin Robbins also has this, like, Oreo cold brew ice cream. Is that the flavor? It's so good. I don't know if they still have it, but they did have it. Yeah. What about you? What is your guys' go-to ice cream? Oh, you have that an Animal Crossing puzzle you could do. You could. That would be cool. Ooh, they have a Dubai chocolate ice cream. Ooh. I might try that. I love pistachios. Oh. I have a huge sweet tooth. Good to know. I do. I like treats. I like yummy treats. I am not good at picking favorites. I have so many yummy treats that I like. So it's like I don't know. I just want to see your menu. I don't want to have to pretend I'm ordering to look at your menu. It varies. It varies, I guess, what my favorite would be. Yes, so they have an Oreo in cold brew at Baskin Robbins. That's what it's called. Just Oreo in cold brew. It's cookies and cream, but even better. Because it's got like chocolate fudge and it's coffee ice cream. But let's see. When it comes to chips, I like Calbee brand Norishio, and which is seaweed and salt. And then I like Lay's honey barbecue. Oh my god, they're so good. I love Funyuns. I love ranch Doritos are super good. I eat them all so slowly. Like, I love them, but I can only eat a little at a time now. But it's fine because I still get to enjoy. The donuts with the chocolate mousse. Coffee ice cream, iced mochas, chocolate ice cream with fudgy bits, chocolate covered almonds, chocolate covered pistachios, but even just regular. Actually, regular pistachios are way better than chocolate covered pistachios. I also love honey roasted almonds. Oh my god, they're so yummy. Yes. I don't have a favorite. I just have things that I really, really like. Foods that are a no-go. Cottage cheese? Because it looks like you left milk in the fridge for too long. And it looks like you threw it up. So cottage cheese is a no-go. I hate Jell-O. I don't like jelly or jam either. Most fruits. I'm allergic to bananas, which is sad because they're one of the only fruits I do like. So the only fruit I super like is apples, but I like tart green apples. Like the ones that make you go, ooh! Those ones. What about you guys? Do you have foods that are absolute no-goes? I also hate bell peppers. Every time I try to eat them, like, in a recipe, it feels like I'm biting into raw meat. Like, one time I accidentally got a chicken sandwich at a place, and it was raw on the inside, and I took a bite and it was horrible, and that's what eating bell peppers is like for me as well. Absolutely awful. Yeah, it was mostly like the first bite was fine, and then like I took another bite and it had texture. It was horrible, and so then like I spit it out, and then I look at the sandwich itself and I'm like, my chicken should not be pink. It was devastating. And so I took it inside and I'm like, hi, this isn't cooked all the way. Boiled cabbage. Ooh. I haven't had corned beef and cabbage in forever, but honestly, I remember liking it a fair bit. But you know, I can see that being, the texture and taste being a problem for a lot of people. But yeah, corned beef and cabbage. Oh, wow. I haven't had that in years, but I did quite enjoy it. Oh, yeah, I don't like chunks of tomato. I don't mind tomato. I don't mind tomato sauce. I don't mind, like, yeah, blended tomato is fine. Chunks of tomato, on the other hand, is an absolute what? Oh, I'm sorry that it killed your appetite. I'd have just been like, ew, ew, no thank you, go away. And then kept eating, but I would have had to pick out every chunk of tomato possible to make sure that I didn't eat any, so I feel you there. I like corned beef brisket. The salty and savory flavor is wonderful with potatoes. Ooh, I should try it with potatoes. I don't know if I have. Mm. Baked potatoes are yummy. We've had a bit of those recently. What do you guys, if you like baked potatoes, what do you guys eat on your baked potatoes? I like cheese and Greek yogurt with bacon and green onion. That's true. Gushers are trash. I do not like the fruit snack Gushers because the inside jelly juicy stuff is not good. Not good at all. Cheese and sour cream. Yeah, I opt for Greek yogurt now because it tastes just like sour cream, but way more protein. And you know, I gotta get those. Gotta hit that protein goal for the day because the nutritionist said so. Mwah. That's honestly how I feel about it some days. I'm just so tired of like worrying about stupid protein goals, but baked potato is good plain with butter seasoned with pepper flakes. Sometimes with gravy or dal is wonderful. I have not tried a baked potato with gravy or dal. I've actually never tried dal. Ooh. I should try that sometime. Yeah, I should. A yellow pea. It goes well with curries, fish, and lots of starches. I thought it was lentils? Wait, are lentils a pea? I have no idea. Are lentils peas? Oh, they're legumes? Ah, okay. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Ah. I don't think all legumes are peas. They are their own type of legume. Yeah, lentils are another type. You don't like lentils? Ah, oh my gosh. Yeah, Inochi, I'm surprised you're not asleep right now. Oh my gosh, I should. Oh my gosh, it's almost 2:30. Ah. Let's see. I don't know what the difference is. They are similar because they're both legumes. I don't know. Legumes are beans, peas, and lentils. You've tried them many times. Gotcha, gotcha. Yes, I will have to do so. Beans and peas are fine. I'm fine with a decent portion of vegetables. They tend to not have as much of a texture problem, um, in comparison to fruits. Uh, so yeah, I do fine on vegetables. Most of them, not counting bell peppers, because bell peppers can bite me. Actually, bell peppers just need to stay far away. Just over there. Just go over there. Alrighty, Inochi. I hope you get some good sleep. Oyasumi, thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Yeah, no, I like lentils. They can cook down super well and not be super noticeable. Yeah, I should probably eat beans more often than I do. It's one of those things. I don't know. That's alright. Yeah, not everything is gonna be for everyone, and that's fine too. Like, well, I'm trying to work on balancing my diet a bit better, but, that's. I wish someone would just cook for me. It would be very nice if somebody could, like, I like this thing. Can you make them? And then I'm good. Yeah. That's alright. That's alright, movie. But when I make um a coconut curry, I will put lentils in it too, and they cook down pretty well, so you don't even really like notice the texture too much, so that's always nice. Not that the texture bothers me. I really like always open auditions for someone to be my personal chef. Idol looking for chef. Yeah, if I make it big, I'll totally do that. I just need to be a big enough streamer. There you go. Come be Kiyomi Okada's personal chef. Thank you. I try to believe in me too. Mm. Well, chat, let's see. I think, that's true. That's true. Yeah, it might be easier to like cook on stream than force myself to cook off stream. I don't know. Cooking stream Lynn? I don't know. I should do a hot pot stream sometime. I have my little miniature hot pot. I just need to slice meat for it. Because we don't have a we don't have Asian grocery stores close enough that sell the thin meat, and the ones that like I can get to, it's super duper expensive. So I have a meat slicer. It's just very hard to use because it's a manual one, and when you have chronic pain and issues, it's not super fun to use. I know Emiru, she's one that cooks on stream during just chattings. Yeah, I should do a just chatting hot pot sometime. That could be fun. We did the spicy noodle challenge the one time. Cooking with your idol Kyo. There you go, there you go. I do like ramen, yeah. Uh, I like ramen from restaurants, and I'm fine with cheap packet ramen too. I'm not too terribly picky in that regard. Uh, Grew up, without a ton of money, so it's like, yeah, I'm fine with ramen. No, no, I already had the two-time bulldog ramen, and no thanks. I know there's more, but I'm good. That one was just bleh. That was the one that broke me. Yeah, the Korean ramyun. Um, I did a spicy noodle challenge and went progressively spicier. And at the very end, that one was the one that was like, nope, nope, I need cheese. Well, I choked on the spice. Ah. I guess it really depends. I don't want it too spicy that I can't actually fully taste what I'm eating. Um, so I tend to go about mid-level in spice. I can go spicier. I do add like sriracha to my ramen and even to my mac and cheese. I like buffalo wing sauce on my pizza. So I do like some spice. Cholula is good with mozzarella sticks. So, yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot on the spice level, and it was like, ooh, I don't know. It didn't help that I had had so many other flavors by the time I got there, because I didn't have like 9, 10, some wild amount of like different flavors that I tried that night. So by the time I got to the 2X, I was just kind of noodled out in general. Um, but yeah. I did. I don't remember how many. I just had way too many. I had multiple bowls, multiple little packets. Like, oh my god, that was one heck of a stream. But it was fun. I want to do a hot sauce challenge. Get like some chicken nuggets and do like a hot sauce challenge sometime and see how hot of a hot sauce I can manage. I don't know. I don't think I gamble very much. I might be somewhat daring, but not excessively. I don't take excessive risk, I don't think. The noodle challenge was because we hit a certain donation goal when I did my first ever donation slash subathon, which I never actually expected to hit most anything, but it happened, which was funny. There's a little game that involves chocolate and something spicy. Oh, okay. Huh. Chocolate and something spicy. Hmm. You know the term bite the bullet? Is that a game too? Is it like bullet shaped chocolates? Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. That could be fun. Movie. I'm pretty sure the thumbnail alone shows everything, so that would be a pretty easy thing to figure out is how many I did in that video. Yeah. What are you having for snack? I should finally actually go have a dinner because it's 2:35 in the morning. I might have to just have something small because it's so late though. Apple pie. Nice, nice, nice. maybe I'll just grab a protein bar. I already had one today, though. I don't know. I'm starting to get pretty tired, though, because we've been going for 4.5 hours at this point. Alright, well, I am streaming again tomorrow night, so I should actually let myself get some sleep and first eat something, honestly. I did not anticipate that I would spend this much time yapping after reading a couple of stories. I kind of anticipated reading the stories and then probably ending shortly after, but I got carried away yapping with everyone. But it was honestly pretty fun. So, alrighty. Yay for food indeed. Alrighty, movie, if you want to take care of finding a raid target for purple site, I will look into the on the red side. You know, she suggested some, so let's see what I can do here. Alrighty, dazzlings. Thank you all so much for joining me tonight. Sorry that I only ended up reading a couple of stories. I got kind of a bit frazzled there, but it's whatever. Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. Alright, let's move you guys over here. We're gonna go ahead and do our raid outs as a dazzling raid over on red and purple side. I hope you have a good rest of your day too. Thank you. Alrighty, thank you all so much for joining me tonight. Thank you so much to my chatters. Thank you so much to my lurkers. And of course, thank you so much to my bot gang. We are doing dazzling raids. I don't know why it didn't work, but here we go. It's not letting you. Uh-oh. Alright, tell me who you're trying to go to, and I will do it on my end. If you enjoyed this stream, please consider hitting the like and subscribe button or the follow button, depending on where you are. And if you extra like the stream, you can consider having a membership or a subscription, depending on if you're on purple or red. Alrighty, give me just a second and I will fix that on the purple site side. If it allows me to. Because it's cringe. Whee! Thank you all once again for coming to my first ever story reading time. Hopefully next time goes a bit better and we will do that. Who knows? Sometime though. Alrighty. And until next time, please make sure you take care of yourself, eat yummy food, stay hydrated, and stay sparkling. Johnny. Alrighty, chat. I'm gonna take a quick moment to say thank you so much to my super starling, the movie man, and my radiant songbirds, Vocal, Mr. Shoujo, Plague Bunny, and Mycenae. And of course, thank you so much to all of my wonderful members and all of you who like and subscribe or follow, depending on where you are. I appreciate each and every one of you. And now we're gonna go ahead and make sure that we raid on out with the hashtag dazzling raid. See you all next time. Bye.